All right. Joining us. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. Dragon Slayers, session 35. uh, everyone is excited. Woo! Yeah. Oh,
It's
there
not
it
gonna
is.
happen, man.
Oof.
I'm excited, but I'm not gonna show it.
Okay. All right. So, where we left off, session 34. Obviously, we had kind of concluded the Colosseum. We have our coin that we were awarded by not that what yet has been rewarded is the essentially winning the actual competition. So all you got was the House Fortune and Favor. That was what Lisa Coolrez had kind of fetched over using guard and kind of now shoveled in. It's just lumped into a bunch of different chests that sits here inside of the grand chamber of the actual House Coolrez, this kind of compound in the northern side of the bazaar that sits in the center of the Lathan that surrounds the actual Colosseum on the eastern side. So, Coolrez had stated they'll provide the grand winnings in the morning, so we're still kind of in the night. Obviously, there's partying and festivities happening, which is where we're gonna kind of route up. We'll have you all kind of wake up in the morning. Um, that's what we were kind of ended on. There was sending of equipment. Coolrez said they would send the actual equipment, the items that Kristoff had, and they were going to send them off to the clerics of the Talthar Navy, right? Essentially, the divine individuals that maybe could inspect these items out. So you'd imagine that the first commander, which is someone you had spoken to or got audience with and spoken to inside of their office, might be on the forefront of that investigation as well. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly Kristoff was using, because whatever it was, it's fucking powerful.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever Kristoff was, it's fucking powerful. Wherever Kristoff was going, well, fortunately, not so much because Bruga had something planned that. So, and then we had Bruga, right? That's where we kind of ended the last session with everyone partying, and then Bruga appeared to Ferox and then Lysandra, and uh, kind of gave some information about Felgum being destroyed by the Talthars, by some King O'Hearn Talthar, which is a predecessor, a couple of predecessors back from King Reldor Talthar in their line. And it was a time referred to as the Age of the Great Purge, which was just in general persecution of magic users. But it was spurred off by this group that Bruga referred to as the Reckoning. And it was basically O'Hearn tried to remove this underbelly warlock patronage type organization from Beholder and remove them, which kind of spread outwards and then led to other things. So Bruga mentioned, to conclude the recap, is that you are not alone in this, that there are others that do not align themselves to Damodar. Whenever crusade or conquest about this restoration of magic, right? Restoration of magic should not come at the cost of people's lives, right? Change has to happen then. So Bruga is on the side of you all, right? What you all are doing, what you all are kind of capable of, and prophecy, chosen ones, restoring order amidst chaos. That you're doing it. Might not even know it. So, at the Well of Nine Realms in Felgum, that is what Bruga said, right? Is kind of your next step. That's what Bruga was hinting at. It's like, if you want, right, answers, Well of the Nine Realms. Something on their side was mentioned by Headmaster Porig. There's enhanced divination magic in relation to time. There are many facets of power held within the waters there. And they even said that Ferox seems to have already been touched. So that's where we're going to go ahead and pick up. I'm going to go advance the day because obviously we're party hardy and there's not really too much going on there. So we'll go ahead and advance here as we come waking up pretty late, I would imagine. The festivities, 10 a.m. or so, right, is when everyone's kind of arising and getting up. As this happens, I'm going to start removing some of the tokens as the Great Chamber is essentially kind of cleared at this point from some of the, let's just say, individuals that would be very deserving of your coin for the services they render. And they begin to move outwards. The gold itself and the guard, they interchange. The house guard interchange, and no one has touched the coin except for Brugha. And that has taken the share of coin that they were promised from Kyler, which Kyler, was pretty much promised to the blacksmith, and you're hoping that Brugha will give the coin to the blacksmith as well. So there's a lot of hope here. Brugha's done nothing but helpful. Some of the actual bartenders, some of these servants right there are interchanging, and it's definitely a 24/7 operation as they're kind of just changing shifts. There's individuals moving to, you hear doors opening. Potentially some of them live here right inside of the compound. Some of the guard live here as well, if not all of them in the compound. And then Coolrez eventually comes out with more of the guard, slaps down another series of chests here. And those are the grand winnings. And so the grand winnings for the two competitions, as you won both of the competitions, is 20,000. For the solo competitions, 10,000 for the group. Okay.
Very cool.
So, we're gonna split the solo winnings, considering we all kicked that guy's ass, right?
That's good to me.
Letting everything? Alright. More money to get my new weapon.
Dinner. Sorry, I'm eating breakfast from this place.
Is it good? I'm sure
right.
it's good.
Make sure there's no shrimp in it. Remember what happened last time?
We all remember what happened last time.
Oh, there's still shellfish.
Make your way in. The coin is had, right? So Kyler, right? Servants are just coming around buffet style, right? It's being set up. Wrapping around from the downstairs. There's a private kitchen here, but there's also another kitchen downstairs. So some of that stuff is being brought up and then laid out upon the actual sandstone counters here that serves as a bar. And it's kind of buffet style. You're having large roasted boar. Like there's a massive pig that's been kind of spit roasted, stuffed with different things, and the sides been cut out. And there's different fruits and other sorts of tropical fruits as well. There's also like cheeses and yogurts, like things that have been like cultured, fermented, which is rather interesting. And then there's a large variety of different like vegetables that have been kind of neatly cut, and then they've been put into almost like a dressing of some kind that has like a vinegar base. And it, all in all, seems to be very diverse and robust. You can almost take as what you want. Again, the same servants, the same way. As soon as you kind of approach, they're willing to help serve you whatever you like and take it to whatever you like to sit. And some of the guard are getting food as well up here, and it's kind of like a very communal type vibe. And you're not seeing a lot of, almost in a traditional sense of, the title of Lanista in history would be someone that would be very domineering and have slaves and other things. And that's not the case of what you're seeing here. This individual does not have slaves, it seems. See Coolrez just sit back in the same chair that they had before, kind of, in the same counter. Just have a plate of food and begins to eat.
Cool. Sorry, so you said it was 20,000 for solo and then 10,000 for the group?
Yeah, so we have 20,000 for the solo, we have 10,000 for the group. So I know we divided up, I went ahead, remember, we actually divided up the winnings already. So the winnings have been divided up. We fractioned those out to who bet what. And so now we come down to the winnings, and so
Yeah.
I would say probably that those should be equally shared, but honestly, it's up to how you all want to divvy it out.
For my part in the solo, split it between Tenzin and Marina. Because I know they couldn't really bet anything.
Damn, thank you.
I don't want any of the group or solo money. So you guys can split my share.
Kyler, do you know that you're my favorite person right now?
I'm the city's favorite person right now.
That is incredibly true, but you were my favorite person first.
Hell,
Hell
yeah.
yeah. Tenzin and I look each other in the eyes. Hell yeah.
I have identical clones of boys. I just
Let's
have
go.
2 of the same boy.
Yeah.
All right, so you're saying the solo is going to be split between Tenzin and Marina?
Yep, whatever I would have got.
Okay. So 10k, 10,000 gold pieces is what you're going to get from the solo Tenzin and Marina. So 10,000 each.
Oh boy.
And then for the group,
Yep, just between them.
just between them two again.
Yep,
Well, no, everyone else, like Ferox
Oh, no,
and,
I mean- my share.
yeah.
Okay. So divided up by 5 then. Okay. Each of you get 2,000. So Sandra Ferox. And Tenzin Marina, 2,000 gold pieces.
We get 12,000 each. Holy crap.
Oh yeah.
I need to get my goddamn calculator out. Holy shit.
It's 12,000
one-
gold.
The 1% life's different, huh?
Start to realize, I think, a little bit at this stage how inflated gold is. In addition, how much gold there is held by some very, very powerful parties, Gulrez being one of them.
So, is there like a bank or somewhere where we can get some of this turned into platinum?
I kind of like having giant bags of money. But it does
Tenzin,
make us kind of a target.
you're very strong. You are not that strong.
I say that if we're using a scale out of 20, I'm at least a 14.
I am sure that you're right about that. We have a lot of gold.
We should
Honestly,
get one
Sitting
of
on
those
a-
bags
sitting
that are,
on a
like,
silver
endless, that hold a
Gulrez
lot.
has kind of a tea. There's a little bit like a tea bag. It's this metallic locket. Kind of pulls it out with a spoon, sits it down in a small saucer, and just slowly turns. Stares at you all as you're debating as far as your coin here.
Yes, well, probably better off just stopping by Brugas for one of those magic bags.
The
Oh,
burgers.
yeah. Because we can buy things now because we're rich.
You have money. You have to think. A little over a year ago, I was haggling for a silver discount on bacon. Now look at us. I can buy all the bacon I want.
Could always invest your coin.
Like a scam to me.
Oh, you mean like invest in like real estate, like a business?
Like
Oh.
Bitcoin?
I don't know what Bitcoin is, but sounds exciting. If you're interested in making this legal, if you wish to invest in businesses in the city or throughout, perhaps a company even, there are enterprises, you can always go to the council hall with multiple different offices, one of which is dedicated, similar to a common folk guild. It facilitates investments and other sorts of things, and they also have a bank. So underneath the council hall is a treasury. It's a vault. They reserve and rent and make coin off of it. It's similar to they make their own investments with the coin and then it builds interests, sort of thing. And it's safe. as far as I'm concerned. Or you can go the route that I do. Look, I find, I give coin, make my own contracts. Always invest in this house if you'd like. It's not necessarily illegal, but it is not in the public eye.
You know, we could use some tangible assets. How else are we supposed to, flaunt our power and wealth if we don't have a big shiny building?
It's a good point, I guess.
You're looking for real estate and you want to have something with some wealth to it. I do know from experience, I believe that the Farwater Company field house has been destroyed. There isn't anybody there. We have not seen the actual owner of the company for some time. You can always see if they will sell you the land and maybe even the company too.
I'll check it out. What's the
Those-
company called again?
Farwater Company, for those that are interested in Farwater Company, that is the company that owns the Striker and the Wrecker.
Farwater?
Why does that name sound familiar, Frog?
Farwater Company is the owner of the Striker and Wrecker. It is the Striker and Wrecker transoceanic galleons. That's actually the same ships that the campaign started with.
Yep.
And what you just heard is that the actual field house, there's a warehouse, there's other things around. It's not just all the structures, but the actual field house or the main structure where you'd imagine there'd be offices, business, that itself has been destroyed, like a fire took it. And that the actual owner of the company, the master of this company, has not been seen. Not give you a name, so you don't know what the name is.
I think
well-
over breakfast, we'd bring up the whole Bruca conversation.
Okay.
Just leave that as a possibility. So, yep. And then don't forget, we still need to find Captain Morgan. Lower Dock, Section 3, Slot 2, Tier 7.
You still remember all that?
You have that on rote?
I think I still have concussion, so I don't know where he pulled that from, but all
I
right.
kind of forgot a lot of stuff when your brain turns into ash for a brief period of time.
You're just gonna keep bringing that up, aren't you?
Listen, it was a very traumatic moment, okay?
Marina, in all fairness, it's really all Tenzin has going for him these days. Just death.
I mean, he's got his eye back. That's a pretty.
He lost the
Big-
recipe for the apple pie or whatever, so he's just
You know what? You're right.
he's
you're
a
right.
one-dimensional guy now. He's nothing
I
but
lost a
death.
lot. I lost everything that I had.
You lost your shitty rusty knife.
Listen, that was my shitty rusty knife. It was the first knife that I ever owned, and the first thing that I ever stabbed someone with.
You see, I
remember
understand that.
It sticks with you.
Yeah. The first person I ever killed was a kid.
You see as a messenger
Oh,
walk in. This messenger wearing an interesting tunic. Seems to have like a larger tunic that goes down to the knees. It's greenish with hints of black. An actual emblem kind of attached to it. The emblem itself resembles that of a gull, which is, by the way, not seagull. They're called gulls. Okay, and there's a lot of them. Anyways, it's like a gull
Okay.
that
that hit a nerve, apparently.
hits a
Let's-
nerve. All right, it does hit a nerve. All right, I know all about gulls. I know all about them. It always makes me so upset because it's a seagull. I'm like, oh, it's not. Anyway, all right. So it's kind of tilted sideways, has a circlet kind of going around. It's silverish, and then the wings kind of connect to it, and then it has like almost like a scroll that's like unwrapped and kind of twisted, right? It's just on the side of that tunic, and the tunic kind of crosses over and then has like a sash that comes and ties it off, and then has an also belt underneath, leather trousers and boots, right? But it seems as that kind of ensemble can vary, but the tunic itself with the symbol seems rather important, and then has a very plain face, a young human, maybe the age of 15 or so, and then has a kind of scraggly, wavy, blonde brown hair coming down to one side, and then a couple different actual braids intermixed in the other. Comes and has a satchel, brown, tattered, and weathered, pulls it off and grabs a piece of a parchment that's rolled up like a scroll, tethered by a nice looking kind of silken string, greenish and black kind of tinge to it, sets it down right onto the counter with Kulrez, and then bows the head towards Kulrez. It doesn't really say anything, it just like walks off. And it seems Kulrez just kind of shakes the head, and the messenger freely goes out, takes off the scroll and hinges it and unwraps it and just begins to read it after drinking the tea.
All right, well, I've got a corpse to find.
Oh right. What was his name again?
Roland?
Ruben, something. I don't know.
I was just calling him idiot, but all right.
Same thing,
Let's
right?
go find a corpse. Hmm. That's more accurate. All right. If you want to go corpse hunting, let's go.
Don't know if everybody wants to come along, or should we just plan to meet back up somewhere after a little while?
Let's keep the party together. Let's do it.
Family
for the
corpse
body?
hunting session.
Marina, make sure you long rest, 'cause God knows Michael will throw something else at us.
Yes, make
see?
sure to
He
long
didn't
rest.
deny it.
I don't deny anything. All right, so you're all heading out to get back into that kind of side entrance there. They're most likely doing cleanup. It's just the day after, so.
Ah, the rain.
Corpse hunting, let's go.
Would it help that I can kind of talk to ghosts?
Yes.
Cool.
Do we need that to find a dead boy?
Depending on how many corpses there are on the pile, it might make it easier.
It'll be pretty big. Yeah.
Did we all see him, or was it just me? I can't remember.
Just you. And you know that Ruben is literally in a ginormous pile of bodies.
Yeah,
So they're literally taking them by wheelbarrows and carts and just throwing the bodies into ginormous piles.
Somewhere in a pile of bodies, I'm sure of it.
You're by the ramparts that led up to that side entrance, iron barred gate, right on the southwest. That's where the kind of that chamber was that you sat, that waiting area, right with the tables and blacksmith and kitchen and the large, massive area that's there underneath the Colosseum. So that's where you're headed. You're headed into the southwestern direction. You're wrapping around the bazaar to the south. You can hear they're still selling, they're still bartering inside of the actual bazaar, the wall itself, right? Not very tall, so you can't see over it. You know, it's about 12 to 15 feet or so, but the loose sandstone brick, little gaps and things let you kind of pierce through and see. And even with the strong rain and the wind in this place, it seems they're still selling and it's still alive. Especially the fact that the Colosseum had just concluded the previous day, and most of the people staying here are still here. They've yet to leave, purchasing all sorts of variety of knickknacks and exotic goods and trinkets and items and food products they just can't get anywhere else if they're living in Mealder or perhaps even Thrina or Ismar. So you begin to head around, wrapping around the main cobbled road. This road itself is quite wide because it's essentially the main road, which splits between. So you're still at that 20 to 25 foot width. The sidewalk as well, 5 to 10 feet at times. And you have a variety of different shops and things that carry over from the merchants district, merchants quarter. But then they begin to subside, and then we kind of get into housing for the lower docks. And these townhomes are 3 to 4 stories. A lot of them seem to have extreme wear and tear as the wind itself batters against them. The wind itself, at this point, getting into the Cheapside increases. So the Cheapside is just barraged and braided by an onslaught of wind because of the open, wide bay. So you're getting to a stage where you can come through some alleyways and come into the sandy, dirt, rock area. There's a lot of different tents and a lot of different things, and that's on the southwestern side of the Colosseum. It has a few different overhangs, and there's a large variety of people. It's a massive crowd that's actually here. And they're not selling things or buying things. They're actually auctioning things. So you've seen the same representatives of the house, Coolores. Some of the guard are here, if not maybe 4 dozen or so. There's makeshift kind of stages or platforms that they've put up, carts and wheelbarrows that they have behind them. And then you have the healers and the administrators that you've seen with the same garbs and the same symbols of Coolores that actually signed you up, checked up on you, told you to fight, right? Actually came out and healed you as well. Multifaceted, these individuals and figures. And they are essentially auctioneering items off of the people that have yet to be claimed. Remember, they only hold them for literally that day after the fight, and then the next day, if no one claims them, they start auctioning stuff off. You don't see any bodies up here of any kind until they begin to bring them up from the ramparts, which is a couple hundred of feet or so through the actual crowd and through the auctioning, and the canopy tents have been pitched, and fires and certain things are being done for food and stuff, primarily eating lunch and things. There's blacksmiths in here, fletchers, and artisans that are looking at the materials, potentially to buy them and smelt them down, or maybe even reconfigure them to be something else. And you have the large auctioning happening, the voice kind of booming from the figures as they're going through armor bits and whatnot. And so when you finally get onto the other side of this, and you come up to the portcullis-like gate and mechanisms from the 2 kind of tower-like things that sit on either side, which is similar to how you entered in from the northwest, that gate is open. Normally it's closed, but here it's open as they're freely transporting wagons and carts and other goods. There's also winch-like mechanisms that they have put down, or they've anchored down with stones and whatnot. These winches they're actually using manually to help lift up some of the heavier carts or wheelbarrows full of armor and materials from the actual dead bodies, the items, so that it's more convenient to get them up, because the ramparts can be quite steep, especially with the rain, which is parading down and flowing down at this point. There's like a flood-like effect from the trickle of rain coming into that area. You can smell at this point the flesh and flies about the space. It's just overwhelming. Flies and insects trying to get shelter from the rain, going down in there, and they're collecting themselves as you come up onto the entrance. Immediately sit down upon the ramparts. None of the guards stop you. In fact, some of them actually look towards you with awe and inspiration. Starstruck. They don't want to talk to you. They're so, mentioning themselves, pointing in the kind of thing, and there's a folk hero type vibe happening. Some of the guards do bow the heads a little bit, just kind of you'll get a little almost like a fist bump type situation. So no one stops you from coming into the Colosseum, especially into this area. And you're able to skirt down the ramparts, and with that, the crowd slightly begins to subside, but the sounds continue out there, and there's individuals in here as well. They seem to be picking up some of the tables. They're actually shifting them around. They're cleaning in here, right? They're sweeping and getting like mob type situations. The kitchens are aflame, they're roar, there's smells of baked goods and other sorts of food that they're cooking in the kitchens on the opposite side of the ramparts. The blacksmith just adjacent to you, about 15 to 20 feet to the right, is hard at work, cutting different materials up, shifting things around. And it seems that this blacksmith is Coolores. This is a Coolores blacksmith, and so guard themselves are looking over some of the materials and just having first dips before they actually begin to auctioneer them off. And then near about that blacksmith is the pile of bodies, and that is just off-centered. So between the rampart when you come down and the blacksmith, that's where the pile of bodies kind of forms. And it forms like an oblong-like shape as it protrudes outwards, and the blood and the mass kind of shifting and falling down with the rain dribbles through and actually crests underneath those bodies, and the blood is kind of carrying through. And some of the individuals in here are trying to do the best they can with keeping the blood from going any further, right? And so they're kind of brooming and shifting and trying to get the blood pushed back atop of the bodies. And it seems though that they have kept the bodies here and they have yet to dispose of them. They might be going through the auctioneer, as some of the actual healers and administrator-like folks from Kularez are still going through them. So you see there's individuals going through the bodies, shifting them around, pulling some off, and then looking at the equipment, looking at the items. And there's also some heavier set guard that are being employed as manual labor to help lift some of them up, put them into the wheelbarrows, go through the items, and then they begin to carry them up. And so there's a fashion of getting the items off, putting them to the blacksmith, inspecting, sending them to auction, and then the body itself seems to be taken into the northern tunnel. So they actually put them into wheelbarrows and they take them into the northern tunnel to the common chamber where those massive, large portcullis gates are that lead into the labyrinth of the Colosseum. And you'd imagine that they're taking them there to burn them, right? That was one of the things that they mentioned, that they're going to take them and then burn them. So maybe in that northwestern section outside of the actual Colosseum, where you entered in for the competition, where a lot of the gladiators themselves have pitched tents and were awaiting competition, that they might be setting up a burn pile of something there. And so you're kind of catching them in that act. So seeing a giant pile of bodies. What do you do?
Gonna go up to like one of the people piling them the bodies and just. Right, have you seen a guy that looks like this?
Snaps the eyes towards you and kind of looks. Oh, are you? Oh my gosh, are you one of the Dragon Slayers?
Yeah,
elf.
yep, that's right.
A little bit of stubble on the face, perhaps has some diversity with human ancestry, and then has like almost like a mid hair put into twin braid downwards, and has the same garments as white robes and things. And description's really vague. There's a lot of bodies in there.
All right. Well,
I
mind if have a
haven't
look?
seen someone like that. They might still be in there. It's easily over 3 dozen. More.
All right. Pardon me. She's gonna go start looking through them.
Just gotta start digging on in there. Let's do it.
Hanging on. Wow, it would have been wise for a located
Sure.
object. Given them an object or something, to they just locate
know-
it. Wow. Hindsight.
Hindsight, right? But
All
it
right,
also could have just been good.
who's digging?
Skylar.
Yeah.
All right, working together through. I won't have any checks being made. Working together through shifting the bodies, become dirtied and bloodied, having to go through all of them.
Ugh.
One of you picks
Good
up
thing we
an
didn't
arm,
bathe.
so you detach it accidentally. You set it down just to the left. Continue going through. I was gonna do con saves, but it's alright. You can roleplay that yourselves if you're vomiting at this point. So eventually you find or Ruben's body. It's there. Or Roland's body is there.
Keep calling
Mash.
Ruben.
Yeah, I slipped of the line. Roland. Roland's
Kyler's not
body.
the only one who forgets the names of these guys.
Roland's body's there. That's how I forget the names. Sometimes they switch them, and then I just I'm like, oh yeah, that's not
we
the
had a
name.
guy named Ruben, didn't we, back in Norfolk? Or-
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a halfling Ruben.
Yeah.
So we find Roland's body in there in the mass, and you see the very weak leather armor on there, multiple different lacerations. They had a short sword, is all they had to them, and it's like dangled in the mass, and it's still kind of clenched into the hand. And Ruben's actually missing one of the arms. It's attached from the elbow down. You're trying to find the arm, and you can't find it. Unclear where that went. And it's just literally been crushed. I mean, Roland literally had been crushed by something, and you just like a squish,
Pancake.
like a pancake, brain, the skull, everything.
Ooh.
Eyes
So this-
kind of missing.
Oh. So
I
does the
wonder-
body look salvageable or not?
In what context?
In like raised dead context. Let me see.
Well, if you're so, are we talking about a raise? Are we talking about
So
Like-
is it lacking any body parts or organs integral for its survival?
yeah, its brain's been crushed. So
Okay.
there's no
All right, then we're gonna have to go a different route. All right, so
Alright.
she's just
Oh,
gonna
no.
just gonna have to take a piece of hair. That's it.
Yeah,
All
big
I need
piece
is
of
a body
Roland's hair.
part. I think that qualifies as a body part, right?
that works.
You, we're digging through corpses and all you want is a bit of hair?
Well, all I need is a piece of him. I don't think even healers are gonna be able to do much with how his body turned out.
Pick up some of his brain. You don't need this at all.
Hey, Kyler, it makes for good moisturizer.
Oh,
I was gonna contemplate for just half a second and then just drop it on the ground. Be like, no, no.
you want to know a weird fact? This is gonna
It better not be about seagulls.
It's not about goals. There is a specific chemical compound. It's kind of a fat in the brain that is commonly used by many natives in a variety of different cultures across the world to actual tanned leathers. Cure them.
I was just trying to see if Kyler would do it. I didn't know that.
So
Yeah,
when you were
close, don't
talking
worry.
about a it's a good moisturizer, I was like, I mean, you're not that far up.
You already know this brain's just been sitting in a pile of other bodies all day and night.
You're watching the stream. We
Probably mixed with other
apologize.
people's brains too. You don't know if there's another brain in there.
The viewer out there whose uncle just died recently and his brain was used as a moisturizer. These
Jeez.
insensitive bastards.
All right, next up. Not sure if it would be in the bazaar or like the temple area, or the merchant quarters, but I'm looking for some more rare oils and unguents.
Looking for rare oils and unguents.
Yep.
I ask why you're looking for the...
So I have enough for one, but I'm gonna need another, just in case. This is for reincarnate.
Oh, okay, you want to reincarnate.
Boy, do I have a special offer for you, Ferox.
While Ferox is doing that, can I buy like an explorer's kit so I can have adventuring equipment again?
Ted's about to have a whole ass like shopping montage, but for nothing special at all. Just very basic shit. It's just
I need my
Like
basic
first
shit.
level shit.
oh my god, that shirt looks great.
You might be able to go to the bazaar and find the rare oils and the unguents right through some investigation perceptions, right? Trying to see if you can find a vendor or trader that was going to carry that. And most likely you will. The cost of that is going to will be expensive. Would Bruga
Oh,
have it?
Michael, cost is no object
Is the
to us
question-
anymore.
Would Bruga have it, and would Bruga sell it to you cheaper would be a question. And you don't know as far as what is underneath that magic shop. So, like, Bruga might have some random shit there. and
Okay, we've
might
got a
actually
fresh,
have some-
brand new Tenzin for a sweet 5% discount at Brugus. Just
I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you. I mean, you go back to Bruga, and then you're kind of a one-stop shop there at that point. You sound like you're also trying to get some bag of holding
Yeah,
or other
let's
dimensional
go there.
space stuff. So, might as well get it there. Okay. So, dirty, bloody, disgusted. You all begin to head.
We ask Aika to prestigitate us and make us clean.
Gets you all clean with precipitation. What's a good Aiko? Oh, I forgot Aiko. How does Aiko accent wise? Okay.
Always a bother, but never an
Yeah,
inconvenience.
always a bother, but never an inconvenience. That's right. Prestidigitates for you all, and then you begin to head to Bruga's Many Things. This is in the merchant's quarters, so you're going to have to backtrack a little bit there, but no worries. We're going to activate that scene here.
Stop. You're awful.
Give another description of the shop. As you come up to this shop, you can see that it's rather interesting, as in the one shop that perceived as kind of a house-like structure with cobblestone wood, like cobblestone and other sorts of things, right? That's what you're kind of perceiving here. The structure didn't look like that prior to, and so it's changed. Like the actual outside of the building looks different. That it seems to have this sandstone brick. It's kind of crudely made. Some of the windows, as you look in, actually have podiums with like essentially a tailor shop. And then the sign that's actually placarded across the door is closed for business.
Knock anyways.
Marina's like staring in the windows with like her face pressed up against the window like a kid.
You do pressing your face against, you see him to come through an illusion, and then you can see inside the shop. You see Bruga kind of running towards the door.
Do I fall through?
So, no, just push
Smack
against
your
glass.
face against a window.
Right, push against glass. Right. Opens the door.
Oh, I gotcha. It's still against the window. It's just an illusion.
Hello.
Whoa. That's. I mean, I guess I should have guessed it was an illusion, but
Should have guessed what?
that you're, I don't know, good enough at magic to disguise your entire building.
Well, one must keep a tight and incognito with a magic shop such as this, especially for if Talthar's coming in spec. Come on, come in quickly. Thank you.
Fair.
Bruga, it's good to see you. I actually have a
How are you?
doing fine. I actually have a list.
So he's
I'm
shutting
sorry.
a metallic door, and then pushing over a bolt, and then pushing over another bolt, and then twisting something. 4 or 5 different locks in the back of the door. Come on, lay one on me.
All right, so here's the list.
Oh. Whatever happened to pleasure before business?
Listen, Bruga, his tongue just went back to normal.
I get it. Listen, Bruga, you've helped us out. You know, you've been a tremendous help. Appreciate everything that you're doing. How's it been since the the weird fight with the angel demon thing?
That was literally. What? That was just like the other day.
Exactly. You know, a lot can happen in a day.
Sidesteps. What do you mean a lot could happen in a day? What have you done, Tenzin?
I'm not.
Have
literally
you
saying-
been
Careful
with
answer here,
anybody
bud.
else but me?
Have you noticed his new eye?
Of course I have. It looks
Anyways,
beautiful.
thank you.
You're welcome.
It's really good to
Now,
have 20/20 vision. again.
As
It's
I said,
really
pleasure before business. No? Ah, gosh. You're truly in love with her, aren't you? It's disgusting.
Unfortunate, right?
Yeah,
What
it's a real
have you
tragedy.
graced your presence at my shop? I thought you'd be on your way. Far to the outer reaches of some weird place.
We could actually use some stuff, or mainly me.
Uh,
We're
interesting.
here to give you money.
Ruga becomes now interface, realizes, oh, alright. Been invisible this whole time. Didn't realize.
Don't worry, I can sense your eminence.
You can? I put on some new perfume you like.
Yeah, it's actually not bad.
Honeysuckle lavender.
Honeysuckle.
Sidesteps
Nice.
going through, looks towards Marina. I'll give you some later, dear. He likes it.
It
Well,
smells really nice. Honestly, I'd love
Oh,
some.
I'm tired. All that mess of magic was quite extraneous. Down to business, I suppose. You've come into my shop. You're looking for stuff. And I have what you need, I imagine. And you have lots of coin, I imagine, because I saw it all. It was good.
The list.
It's a good list.
Alright. So, I have cool magic flail. Bag that can hold many things. A crossbow, question mark, question mark, question mark. Big. And it explores kit. Like as in general wear goods? Like a
Yeah.
backpack?
Just
I need a bag.
Like some rope and
I just
shit.
need like torches and rope and rations.
That's
and the basic stuff.
Like a
Just
kid's
basic.
grocery list when he's by himself for a week. Tenzin, you okay, man? Think bigger.
Well,
Starting
first
with the
off,
essentials.
a cool magic flail. Well, I don't really have any flails, my dear. I don't hold on to flails. Perhaps
What
going to the
about
blacksmith,
cool
that one would be
magical
good.
Bludgeoning items, things that can bludgeon someone.
Ooh, magical bludgeoning things. I have staffs.
Could
Are
use
you
a bit
in
of a.
need of a quarterstaff?
I could use a bit of a change, I guess.
Actually, that would be amazing. Do you have any idea how many times Tenzin has hit me in the face with his fucking flail?
Only been 4 times.
I thought you would like being hit in the by Tenzin's flail in the face.
Sharp and spiky.
Heyo.
Well, let me see here. I imagine I have something for you. I'll be right back. Comes back. Quarterstaff, a couple different runic glyphs upon it. Made of this nice, pristine, made darkish wood and carved and nice, and just sets it down. There's nothing else to it. It's really just a quarterstaff, it seems. Sits down. And a bag that could hold many things. Or how many things?
Many.
Probably at least like 15 things would be cool.
Like a magic bat, like the one Maestro had.
Yes, well,
Yeah,
I
you
do
can,
have
like, fit
many
anything.
bag of holdings. I have chest of holdings as well, if you need something
Chest
larger.
of holdings.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it's called.
Do you have like a fanny pack of holding?
A fanny
What?
pack of holdings.
Now that
You would
is
catch
some
me
good
dead
business
wearing
right
a fanny pack.
there. Yeah, I think fan packs look cool, man.
I'd wear a fanny pack.
They're practical.
They keep you hands free.
I see.
If I could find one big enough to put my sword in, I would. That
What
sounds
sort of
weird.
bag of holding?
It seems like you all be called the fanny pack set, hmm? You all want one?
Well, you actually have fanny packs of holding?
I would love a fanny pack of holding.
I just have a bag of holding.
Yes. How many
Okay,
bags of
well.
holding? All the bags of holding?
Oh, I
all
need
of you?
one.
Or just
How
one?
many bags of holding can I put in a bag of holding?
Yes, please.
I'm
Good
pretty
question.
sure that
Isn't that
makes them like
dangerous?
explode.
It is extremely dangerous. I would recommend it.
I heard a story
again,
about
so if I'm
a guy
about
that-
to-
Putting
die,
a
you're
pocket
saying
extra dimensional space inside of another pocket interdimensional space? I imagine you'd make a wormhole of some kind. It would be endless. It would just
All right,
walk
guys,
through
we have
steam.
our
you
contingency
never-
plan.
Tell you spaghetti pie.
You know what? That's a good point.
This is now in the group's knowledge. So if we really are about to go out, we're going out big.
Oh, out of big it is indeed. All right. Well, let's go to
I'll-
out of
I'll take
character
one.
so I fully understand what it is you all want. All right. We'll go out of character here. So Tenzin, they've laid down
we
a
play
quarter.
like the Wii Shop music right now.
Quarterstaff plus
do,
2
do.
is what they laid down. There's not really anything else to it. Bag of holding for you is what you've requested. And then crossbow. They don't have any crossbows here. It's not.
Alright.
It's a blacksmith thing. And then Explorer's Kit, why not? We'll get you an Explorer's Pack.
Awesome.
I feel like Brugo would be like offended that you came to her for something as basic as an explorer's kit.
Probably just like teleported away, went to the general store, took it,
Yeah.
came back.
It's like a 5% markup on it.
Yeah, 5%. I get going in markup. All right. And then
That's fair.
Kyler, you said bag of holding.
Sure.
Anything else?
I would genuinely like a fanny pack of holding.
Okay. Fanny pack of holding to Marina.
Now,
Thank
does the
you.
size of the bag impact how much I can put into it? Fanny pack sounds kind of fire. I'm not gonna.
The actual dimensional space, you're not sure what we're referring to as the chest of holding, right? But the actual opening of the bag is actually important because that's going to decide the actual size of potentially the objects you can go in. So fanny pack is actually going to be worse, right? It's going to be smaller, so you're not going to.
I'm totally fine with that. If I need to put something big in it,
It's
I'll
more of
just
like
put it in
a
Jensen's
flare because
bag.
the actual extra dimensional space is the same between.
The chest is probably only what, like 40
The
pounds?
The chest would weigh roughly 30 pounds. It's
30
not
pounds? If
it's
I
like
get
a-
some straps, I can put that on my back.
right. It's like a kind of a chest thing, and it's actually big enough that you can probably like put larger items into.
How much
But
is
the
that?
space? So the bag of holding itself that Bruga is going to sell you as far as price wise is concerned. Where did it go? Oh, okay. Actually, I sell you 2,000 pieces for a bag of holding.
2,000, alright.
What about the chest?
The chest is going to be twice that 'cause it's twice as much space.
I'll split that with you.
You want to go split on that one?
Yeah.
All right, let's
That'd be
do it.
useful.
Yeah, let's do the chest.
Yeah.
How
Let's
much
do
is
it.
the +2 quarterstaff?
Let's see. Run through numbers.
Those are the hijinks we could pull. Putting people in
3,000
chests.
gold pieces.
3,000, alright.
Then 2,000 for the bag of holding, Tenzin, and then the explorer's pack is going to charge you a meager 5 gold.
Big spender up here.
Hey.
Make sure to keep your receipt for tax season on that one, my man.
The fanny pack of holding is going to be the same price, just a flare
That's
on the
what the bag of
bag.
holding's for.
2,000.
Awesome.
And then what else for anybody?
I deducted 2,000 for the chest.
With the chest. Yeah.
I,
Is she able to put some custom straps on it for Kyler?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Makes sense
Dude,
to
that'd
me.
be badass.
That's really cute. I just almost deducted 20,000 gold from my inventory.
That's a pretty big tip.
That would have sucked.
That's actually just part of the agreement for Bruga to never talk to Tenzin again.
I would like to find one more thing in character.
Okay.
You got any cool rings, Bruga?
Of course I have cool rings. A ring that would be an engagement, though? Per se.
Well, you know, Tenzin, you've died
I
a few
do
times
officiate
now.
weddings, by the way. Here's my portfolio. So he begins to use my
Yeah,
illusion spells
so-
to showcase little pictures and images of them actually officiating
Oh.
a variety of weddings for
Oh my
Hey,
gosh.
mages.
That's actually really cute.
I even
figured,
supply all
you
the
know,
chairs, tents, tables, and well, I could get you catering, don't worry. On the whole shebang!
We need the whole shebang, but you know, maybe get a couple rings, maybe cool magic rings, and you know, that way if one of us dies, it's you know, more official.
More official. Whatever you want to do. What ring are you looking for? What magic is your fancy, and what is it you wish to accomplish?
I hadn't really thought this far.
Nope, you have not.
Timson, you go
Yeah.
first.
Wait, what? Okay. Are we both getting rings? Are
Yeah.
we doing this right now? Oh, okay. Huh. Do you have any general recommendations for someone that likes to punch things and get really close and smack stuff?
Try a metal circle. That might work.
No, it's kind of like a ring that makes you punch extra good.
A
or something?
ring that makes you punch extra good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very romantic.
That does sound extremely romantic. Not romantic. Well, I'll be right.
I don't know magic stuff. I just know that it makes you do cool stuff.
Yeah, I don't either. That's fair. Michael furiously flipping through his magic item book.
I'm trying to look to see there's a particular ring, but I'm trying to figure out. I think it's a ranged spell attack, not a melee attack. I'm trying to figure out another one, because I actually don't think that there's a ring inside of the actual manual that provides specific bonuses to melee strikes.
I'm brew that bitch and charge 50,000 gold.
Most of the stuff is like, either it's going to be protection based, or it's going to be like a ranged spell attack type stuff.
Ring of X-ray vision would be pretty funny for Tim.
I can see really good now.
See some.
Is there a magical item that's like a eye patch that can make you see far?
He has 2 eyes now.
Doesn't matter. We're gonna give him an eye patch anyway.
You know what?
I
That's,
know. The sailors would wear eye patches on their eyes so they can see better. I heard that's where dark vision comes from, so maybe.
I think there's also in Eberron, there's something really funny. So I'd imagine Bruga's gonna have that.
I'm looking through the rings now.
me too.
I'm trying.
So Bruga's gonna come back on doing that. Well, I don't necessarily have anything that was going to help you punch better, but I do have this little gem here, referred to as the Ring of the Ram.
Oh.
This ring has 3 charges, and it regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. While wearing this ring, you can use an action to expend 1 to 3 of its charges to make a ranged spell attack against one creature you can see within 60 feet of you. The ring produces a spectral ram's head, makes its attack roll the +7 bonus. On a hit for each charge you spend, the target takes 2d10 force damage. It's pushed 5 feet away from you. Alternatively, you can expend 1 to 3 of the ring's charges in action to try to break an object you can see within 60 feet of you that isn't being worn or carried. The ring makes a strength check with a +5 bonus for each charge you spend to try to break that object. There's this one. Oh, I have a pair of these, which, well, it seems quite fitting for you two. They are referred to as the Rings of Shared Suffering.
Oh.
This item comes from the handy book of. This book comes from the handy book of Emerron, and normally is something you have to have a mark of Sentinel to be able to use. But I think for the case we don't need to do that. It's like a psionic type thing. So the ring comes in linked pairs. You can use a bonus action to form a link to the creature attuned to the other ring. From then on, whenever that creature suffers damage, they only suffer half of that damage, and you take the rest. This effect continues until you end it as a bonus action or until you or the other creature removes their ring. This effect isn't limited by range, it's unlimited in range, and a creature cannot be attuned to more than one ring of shared suffering ever.
Interesting.
It is well, it seems rather fitting, doesn't it?
Yeah, for Tenzin.
You could always buy both of them.
That sounds pretty neat.
That's pretty cool. How much are they?
The rings of shared suffering, well, I'd imagine for you, darling. I don't know. You taking my ban away from me seems quite expensive. Let me think on it and dwell for a little second. I suppose I can get rid of them for 1,000 gold pieces.
What do you think, Tenzin?
I think that sounds like a good deal. You know, mainly because I can take more of the beating than you can. And plus, I'm pretty good at taking a beating. Sort of my thing now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna be the one taking the damage to keep your dumbass from dying, but whatever you say.
Listen,
This is gonna end
I-
great. I can already feel it.
We're
I
gonna
am
be
basically-
fighting over damage. Alright,
I'm
let's do
basically
it.
indestructible.
All right.
Yeah.
Here's your rings. I'm gonna send one to you. And by the power of me, I do announce you part of us in whatever crimes and devious things you'll do in this fine continent of Etheria and all the planet of Ataris. All right. Anybody else? You?
Thank you, Bruga. That was the best ceremony we could have asked for.
You're
Very
welcome.
fitting.
Short, sweet, to the point.
I imagine it would always be.
Yeah.
And I may kiss you. No?
Yeah, give her a kiss on the cheek, Tenzin.
Alright, yeah. I'm just gonna give her a peck on the cheek.
Sees come for a peck on the cheek. Bruga quickly tries to grab your face and kiss you on the lips.
No!
Make an athletics check.
Oh no.
Or
No, not the
acrobatics.
Dawson's Hut.
Aw.
She's
Nat
rolling that.
20.
Oh my god.
No tongue, though, don't worry.
Oh, God.
Last one, I swear, dear. Last one. Anybody else?
Bruga,
Yes.
you gave me this vial for Faye, and it really helped put her on her feet. Do you have more of those?
No, I don't, dear. As that is actually water that is from Felkin. It is from the Well of Nine Realms itself. It requires a great power of magic to contain it off the islands. And only those who have studied in Felgrim for years, such as myself, know of its secrets and how to use and contain it.
Well, how about that?
Do you have a
Intriguing.
container for it then?
No, I don't.
Just water, right? Would any flask or pouch work?
It is not the properties of the item that is important. It is the magic that you enchant onto it that is important. You can use any sort of glass vial or vial or glass you be lying with. It is up to you.
What
Yes, she-
about things that assist to a lesser extent? She has this habit of exhausting herself to help other people.
Kind of cringe.
It's a potion to help with your exhaustion. Don't know if anything actually exists like that in 5th edition. We check. Honestly,
long
I don't.
rest.
I don't think anything actually
Good
is
one.
existing. So.
It's all good. Just checking.
Okay, so I have
Just being overprotective.
2,000 gold for the fanny pack and 1,000 for the ring. Or is it 1,000 for both rings?
1,000 for both.
Oh, nice.
No, there's spells that help. Maybe they have a spell scroll or something.
Yeah, you can get a spell that could help you. Okay. You see as Bruga thinks on it, disappears for a split moment, comes back into the space after teleporting back up and down. Seems to keep disappearing to some other void, right, in this magic shop, is holding a interesting potion. This potion has a kind of a purplish violet-like hue, and then upon being moved, it seems to also change color into a rainbow-like effect. Fit into a round-bottom Erlenmeyer-like flask corked. This is commonly referred to as a potion of vitality. When you drink this potion, it removes any exhaustion you are suffering and cures any disease or poison affecting you. For the next 24 hours, you regain the maximum number of hit points for any hit die you spend, and the potion's crimson liquid is going to regularly pulse with a dull light and that rainbow-like effect, and almost has like a heartbeat like to it. You can kind of feel it vibrating.
Any exhaustion, so from like 5 to 0.
Correct.
All it requires is a sacrifice of 30 orphans. So, you know.
Cures all exhaustions, all curses, all diseases. It's a key roll, yes, I think about it. It's very expensive.
$3.
$1? What is $1? Some coin I haven't heard of?
You're not very cultured, are you?
Killing me and my
How
culture.
much?
Get out of
How
my
much
magic
would such
shop.
a thing be?
See, Kyler's
All right.
teleported.
That's fine. I don't like it here anyway. I got the chest. That's all that matters.
I'll bring them back soon, don't worry. It's out the window. It's a very expensive potion. I only have 2 of them. And, well, don't really know how to make them in particular. But I can figure it out. I imagine if I keep the other one, I can make you more, I suppose. Depends how much coin you have, dear.
What if we brought you back something from Felgum?
There was nothing in Felgum I need.
If this is going to help Faye, I have 2,000 and you can have all of it.
You have how much?
2,000.
2,000 gold. That's all you have?
I'm a very sinful person.
Yes, I see. 2,000 gold. And... towards fries. A kiss.
Yeah, she's also gonna look towards Faye like, I have no idea how to deal with the situation. Help me.
And the
People are not
economy's
my
really
thing.
in shambles, huh?
She thinks for a long moment. If it's what you want to do, it's your choice.
If it'll help you, sure.
Lay it on me, dearie. Mm.
Oh god. Sure. And yep.
Ah. Give a
Bet
nice...
she will.
Give it this little puck. No tongue here. Upon kissing actually is moves the hand with a cloth and kind of wipes, then stuffs the cloth into some sort of clay jar and stomps it. Has different runes on it and teleports it away. Thank you. No, 2,000, please.
She'll hand it over.
All
I'm
right.
happy I got kicked out of
And
it.
here is your potion. You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Let me
Then,
drag in
I
items
just
at
did
this
the
point.
oils and unguents.
All right, those Brugge is going to have. They definitely have the unguents and the things. It depends on what value of how many you need.
1,000 gold worth.
So that's easy enough. Go ahead and you can make just a loot item there real quick, just to say that you have it for 1,000 gold pieces worth, and then deduce 1,000 gold pieces from your inventory. Brugge actually has a lot of that kind of stuff as far as reincarnation, resurrection, other sorts of types of spells of that nature. Seems to have a lot of those spell components and reagents. I'm going to go ahead now and drag in the other stuff. So, Kyler, you're taking the chest.
Damn straight. Strapping that shit on my back.
Okay. Chest of
If
holding
he has the
is
material, then
in
I'd also
your
like to pick
inventory.
up some diamond dust.
Diamond dust?
Yes.
How much?
For greater restoration, so like 300 gold worth.
Okay, let's do. Go ahead and add it. No worries. All right, and then I'm gonna do Tenzin. So Tenzin, we're gonna get you.
I've already
Quarter
added
sta- Oh, you got it. Nice, you found it. You sly. Of course you did. There it is, Ring of Shared Suffering. Cool. All right.
Unfortunately, I am
overloaded
not
with
also a DM, so I did not find the stuff.
Yeah, I'm putting it into your inventory, and then
Thank
I'll
you.
rename the pack of holding to a fanny pack of holding.
Ahaha.
Fanny pack of holding there. And then just know, I'm looking at your items here. You have 2 items attuned. So this ring is going to be your last attunement. Just FYI.
Cool.
There's no effect on it at all, right? That's not something that can really code it in. So it's just easy enough to do in combat.
Right.
You get your fanny pack in there, and then let's see. Did I forget anything? No. That's it.
I am thrilled. Thank you very much.
The ring description is kind of odd, or the ring picture on the actual item is odd. The actual ring's a ring of shared suffering. If I remember from Eberron, it's actually has little tiny studs on the outside that go around, and then they're like bejeweled in certain different gemstones. So a
Aw.
variety of rubies, sapphires, and sort of things like that, and diamonds as well, precious stones there. And then on the inner band, it actually has common dialect in Eberron in that book, and then it actually is like kind of going through essentially like a twin kind of ring type effect, bonding you to the other user of it. If I recall correctly, if I remember from the book when I read it. That was the-
We can pretend, even if you're incorrect. That sounds cool.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, we got our items here from Bruga. Is there anything else that you all need? Kyler? Teleport it back in.
Did she buy anything? I'm just curious. So out of character, I've had like 2 sapphires and an amulet apparently for like a long time. Does she buy stuff or not?
Yeah, she'll buy stuff from you.
Okay, cool. So yeah, just 2 sapphires and an amulet.
2 sapphires and an amulet. Looks towards them, judges their quality. I'm also trying to remember back when he got those items.
Dude, I think that's from like
Like a long
the
time.
north. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm nuts.
Long time.
Yeah.
It's actually going to give you 800 gold pieces for the values of the sapphire and amulet.
Cool. I'll take them.
I actually just remembered. I need a new set of clothes. I can get magic clothes. And back around from I remember rich nobles having these fancy sets of clothes that would, automatically repair themselves if they were torn.
What?
You have any of those?
Fancy clothes that self-heal themselves.
Yeah, like they would mend themselves.
Your clothes of mending?
Yeah.
You don't say.
I mean, I could take you to my tailor in Baldur.
I suppose I can get you a set of clothes of mending, but I'll have to get your measurements.
Oh God.
Oh no.
For the fashion, of course. Because right now
Absolutely worth it.
I'm wearing secondhand pants that probably came from a corpse. So.
Oh, they did come from a corpse.
Oh, okay.
No worries, no worries. How would you like the outfit to look? Bruga begins to magically pull out a tape measure and begins to go around measuring you. Spends extra time
Something.
at your backside.
That's pretty fancy. Something
Oh,
that
fashion
either
icon.
the rich nobility or rich merchants would wear to show off my new status.
What coloration?
Black and red.
Duh.
Black primary or red minor?
Black primary and red.
Black with red accents.
Need to look like that I mean business. Level 100 mob boss.
This is where we have like a montage, fashion montage. Tenzin trying on different outfits, and like we all like shake our head at some of them, and like comes out wearing some crazy ones.
What, you're saying no to the powdered wig?
Yeah, you know, I feel like it's gonna smell bad really soon.
Nah, fine. It's crowded underneath my hair anyway. Give me that drip, baby. Let's go. Oh, what's this?
Wedding gift.
Can provide more for 20 and paralysis if. Wait, is that paralysis for 24 hours?
Okay. So Kruger's going to disappear. Some time passes by. You're actually sitting here for quite some time, and then eventually comes back. Seems to have a silk black tunic with red accents that falls down to the mid-thigh. The sleeves of the tunic go to the mid-bicep and are laced with golden silk. The tunic is held by 3 gold toggles or clips on the left ribs. Underneath, a white silk blouse flows with a vibrant plumage at the mid-chest. It kind of comes out of the tunic. The sleeves go to the wrist and are laced with golden silk. Matched black belt, leather trousers, and tall, knee-high, golden-studded boots.
Oh,
Looking
what
good.
I see.
Into your inventory.
Awesome.
Yeah, you know, you came to the right place to get clothing because Bruga has a vested interest in making sure you look good.
That's
So,
what I was thinking.
Yeah, good decision.
If there's anyone that knows my good side, it's you and Bruga.
That
And
is
Kyler.
Yeah, all 3 of us for sure.
Okay. He's going to charge you approximately 120 gold pieces for the clothes of the vendor.
And I've rip off. You're just gonna get disintegrated again anyway.
Next session.
Next session.
Yeah, but he'll have looked really good for like a few
Disintegrated
days.
and drip.
This guy.
Anything else that you all hoping to procure at this point?
This isn't really an item that I'm looking for, but is there any easy way for us to contact you once we leave the city?
Contact me?
Yeah.
Well, why would you need to contact me?
They've got overly
'Cause you-
attached to you.
Saved our sorry asses a lot of times.
Because
and,
we like you a lot, Bruga.
and we like you a lot, Bruga. And
I will be very, very, very specific to you all. Something that I think that you should know. Something that I think will come in handy for you all. You all possess a certain item. Begins to walk back and forth. This item that you all have, it seems, allows you to be immune to divination magic.
Yeah, our stunts. I think we already know that, right?
Yes. Any item I give you, an attempt to make contact, will have no effect. I cannot scribe. I cannot send.
like a mailing address.
What are you going to send? Carrier pigeon? Across a... If you're going to Felgum,
Yeah.
across a massive sea and a bay? Really? You expect a bird to fly all that way?
You know smoke
Torturous.
signals.
Torturous.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what the worst thing ever is?
Colony
What?
seagull.
Owls are the slowest bird, and yet in Harry Potter they use them as messengers. Animal cruelty.
is, you know what? That's a good point that I think more people should think about.
And they can teleport
Yeah.
everywhere, these wizards. And yet they use the slowest bird for the messages. Horrible.
Honestly, just selfish.
I never
was the
read
author
Harry
thinking?
Potter books. I've seen the plays.
Tenzin couldn't read until he was like 16. So.
Oh.
I never went to school.
Anyways, if you have need of my services, if you need to make contact with me, you know where my shop is.
What if we just want to chat?
Why would you need to chat with me, dear? Don't you have a fine hunk right here?
She's not good
You know
with
what?
guys.
Fair enough.
Sons, you all are on a quest. Your mission, in your ways, your prophecy is very much in control of what you decide and what you do. Want to see me all mucking and muddling about? I'd make it worse. After all, I'm Brugger.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
Master of many things.
Well, Bruga, I mean, genuinely, thank you for, keeping us from, like, dying terrible deaths. And just, helping us out.
Of
It
course.
means a lot.
I will do anything to make sure that the chosen ones succeed. After all, I am not the only one that wishes magic to be restored and innocent lives preserved. Go in good faith.
Cool.
Alright. Let's go be big heroes.
Yes, sorry, it's locked. Hey,
I know how to unlock a door.
there you are.
Not a toddler.
She has child locks on it. Kyler can't get them
It was
undone.
actually a pole, and I was pushing. That's all.
Well. Goodbye now.
Alright,
Shuts
bye.
it, locks. You see the illusion. It's still there. Stare through the windows of mannequin, right? It's just this common 2-3 story house at this point. Brick, sandstone, right? Windows. It's very common as the foundation up to it. It's quite odd. Quite odd.
Alright, where to?
Right. Well, got everything I need, but should probably round up Cassandra first. Okay, you might appreciate stopping by her place of employment, Kyler.
Why? I don't get it. Where are we going?
I think you go to the Salty Brat.
Like a place where they have cured meats or something? The bakery for 10 cents? Where are we going? Salty Brine? Alright, let's go.
Alright. Onwards to the Salty Brat. Notes. Okay. So, doing a little back and forth here, right? Pretty much. We're just going back and forth, right? Anyway.
Very low key, chill day. We're not
Very
doing
low
much,
key,
okay?
chill day.
We're
just,
really.
we're having a good time. So we begin to head back
Hey.
at this point. I'm gonna go ahead and advance the
Getting
time,
married.
probably, right? We're got a couple hours, maybe 3 hours at this point, right? You just chilling, you're having a good
Get a
time,
churro or
and,
something. Just chill.
yeah, having the city of love, you know, just enjoying yourself and feeling the vibe. At this point, people are kind of leaving the actual city from the Colosseum, right? So they're heading back after the competition. You know, wagons, stagecoaches, things pushing past on the road. A lot of them kind of looking in the direction as you're walking, and they go, "Dragon Slayers! Yeah!" They're kind of shaking. Some are like throwing flowers and roses and other sorts of weird items towards you. There's a wheel of cheese that gets tossed, a head of cabbage, and on the
Oh, the wheel of
cabbage
cheese.
itself,
Real cheese!
on the head of cabbage, it seems to have like an imprintation of lipstick upon it, multiple different kisses, and throwing it at you. It's just so odd and random. Eventually, you get yourself over to Cheapside, and this is where things start to really change as far as the scope of the actual city. The
Oh, 'cause it's
tight-knit
Philadelphia.
the
Gotcha.
tight-knit structures of the alleyways filled with multiple different kind of debris and whatnot. There's a kick-up of this muck around sand, and there's loose bits of cobble and rock everywhere. There's multiple different structures that are kind of two-ish stories here inside the heart of the Cheapside, but primarily the structures have to be pretty low to the ground. There's a massive amount of wind here. They're also really straw thatched, right? And so there's just a large variety of materials that have been reinforced on top of the straw, perhaps, or even on top of the walls themselves. Still sandstone, or massive wooden, like kind of bits and parts of ships, like large wooden beams have been used for planks and such. There's crowds forming in some of the alleyways, ruffians and other sorts of odd fellows and folk. No one's causing any crime or mischief. There's patrols of Emberock, this actual adventurers guild. They have that clan symbol. You've seen actually these individuals in Othema before. This Emberock Adventurers Guild is kind of they have a little bit of a contract here with the city, right? That they actually hired on as mercenary type folk to guard and patrol, and you're seeing a lot more of them in Cheapside. They're actually knocking on houses with papers, almost they're serving maybe an order of some kind. And you're yelling coming inside, and then someone opens the door, and there's like a fist fight happening, kind of bringing them down. These adventurers are quite competent, right? They're not schmoes, high-level fighters or rangers or other varieties of classes. Magic as well is being used in some of these, right? You're seeing in the scuff, and so eventually you get to a structure on the central northern side of the actual part of Cheapside, and you can see this from a distance. It is built from the remains of an old ship. So we're going to go and activate the scene, and then I'll go ahead and describe Salty Brine. So, built from the remains of an old ship, Salty Brine is a very prized whorehouse amongst the locals. The doors themselves opening and closing with individuals that seem quite drunk, especially for this hour, as well as their clothes almost in disarray. It was built a few hundred years ago after Lathan's council got tired of the massive tents pitched nearby the arena or Colosseum for such prostitution. A large ship wreckage with a few holes in rotten wood. The entrance sits off a cobbled and sandy path at Cheapside. A few boards sit with work to be had in the upper dock nearby the Brine's main entrance. You're seeing them almost deckhands on ships. People that have maybe some skills with carpentry and woodworking, right? You also have sewing, like tailoring and stuff to make sails. That's what the kind of jobs you're seeing here. Over top of the actual boards is a picture of salt sprinkling down on two enclosed lips, which is the actual sign of the Salty Brine. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it.
Okay, I'll go first.
Right, let's go. Yes.
Reminds me of home.
Straight to the bar.
Reminds you of your home. Oh my gosh, where do you find these people, Faye?
Oh,
Wow.
they're all around.
That's
everywhere.
rude. It's not Tenzin's fault he was born in a whorehouse.
Yeah, in some way.
Born
I'm sure
and
it was his
raised.
fault.
And raised.
Yeah. By all the working women there. They were all my moms and dads.
Okay.
And dads?
Move past that whole emotional trauma.
Kyler's like, all right, nope, we're not going there right now.
Don't even touch that. It's a happy day. You guys got married. Let's just not even.
Hey, they were all very nice people. I have no complaints.
Music is
I know.
really epic for brothel.
Did we just
Noticed.
get married?
Try to find the
We
music
did.
I'm looking for here.
Cool.
I think it's just something similar to my wife when we got married. That's cool.
So you gonna tell your
Okay.
dad, Marina?
That's probably about right. Okay.
Uh,
Upon coming in here, the rickety
Almost.
wooden door with a soft wooden latch opens up to a common room with kitchen and bar on the north side, and a sunken long rectangular table on the south side. There are no other tables present. The kitchen is rather mediocre. A pit cooks a cauldron of hearty stew with the preparing cupboards behind. Rusty mugs, scanner, and bits of food have yet to be picked up. Another rickety wooden with latched kind of door resides in the eastern wall opposite the main entrance. There are two figures here that are kind of standing out to you, one of which is behind the bar. Seems to be a sexy and robust human female with large breasts wrapped into a full dark leather brassiere and girdle, black wavy hair, and hazel eyes with a red knit headband that hangs down upon her chest. She has several pieces of gold arm and wristbands as well as layered gold necklace. The brassiere and girdle help form a dress as her legs appear to be covered by a loosely fitting red skirt with a white lace shawl. She has a black leather heel boots that go up to her knees and have a 6-inch heel. The other individual, a tall and broad-shouldered human male with a black tunic over a white-collared shirt, carries around a brown leather belt with several purses dangling on the left hip. Black cloth trousers go to the mid-calf and are met with white knit socks and black leather shoes. Black untied bow tie around the collar, blue eyes, and appears to be decently aged. This individual also stands roughly 6'9", has just this massive, almost Drax-like physique to them, standing there. Seeing you kind of come in, they have their arms crossed. This lady just watches you all come in and inspects the items that you have on you as you come. Now, there is a table as full towards the south. It's mixed with a different variety of folks. The actual colorations and garbs of these individuals are representative of those that you have seen at the actual Sterling Outpost. These were those that were making way as they kind of moved by. Now, there are a variety of different clothing. They have different rapiers and short swords and daggers. You can see the weaponry from the sides or at the backs. They also have ranged weapons such as crossbows and bows and things and quivers. There's others that have large clubs, shields. They're wearing blackish-like attire, leather armor to medium to even heavy. One of which is a dwarf, and this dwarf itself seems to have braided warbrand hair coming towards the back, is heavily plated in armor, and then has a shield and a warhammer or something that sits on the other side. You can't really get too good of description of them as they're kind of huddled into the table, and there's large amounts of smoke that is billowing from the candle and torchlight about. There's also massive of that smell, staunch of sweat and stank is just filling the air. They're just gambling, playing cards, playing dice, they're cheering, smashing the table a bit, and they're having a grand old time.
I like this place.
Why are we here again?
Looking for a particular individual?
Oh, for the Roland.
Yeah, it's
guy,
about
right?
this is about the dead guy, right?
Yes? See?
Gonna go ask the bartender.
Just cutting up something on a cutting board, takes the knife, throws it into the cutting board, moves it over, shifts the cutting board stuff into from another cutting board, and then takes that over, throws it into the stew, kind of stirs a small ladle and kicks it, turns over and looks as you approach. The fuck do you want?
Oh, yes. Sorry to disturb you. Just looking for someone. Goes by the name Cassandra.
Cassandra. We don't have anybody that works here like that name. Drink?
Sure.
I'll have a drink.
All I need is a yes or no.
Yes.
Sounds good. Moves over, grabs a bowl, fills the stew, slops it down, grabs a rusty metal tankard, fills it with some sort of grog, and shifts it towards you. That'll be 2 silver, please.
Absolutely.
Are you in need of services?
I'm good.
What the hell are you
Wow,
coming in here
answering
then?
for me.
We aren't here for services. You're just here for the food? Get better elsewhere.
We are here for services. We're looking for Cassie.
Cassie. That's a name I know. Sticks the eyes towards you for rocks.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Cassie's one of my finest. Concierge Michelle. Snaps the fingers. Let's talk over. How many hours are you looking for?
she's new at this. We'll start with 1 for now.
1 hour.
Yep, sure, yep,
That'd be 6 gold pieces, please.
sure.
Remember the coin. Countess Michelle moves back to the door. Points over to the door, Madame Loyal. After Countess Michelle says the name. This way. No,
Marina's
you
gonna
just
stay
one.
out and like, yeah, Marina's gonna stay and eat her stew or whatever the fuck.
Right. Steps through. Come on in.
Have fun.
Looks a bit confused at that.
Yeah, so you're up. Grabs a few keys. Locks it. Cassie makes way in towards the door. Kind of shakes the head and waddles in. You have fun, alright? Shuts it.
All right, let's get to work here. She just goes about setting up all the oils. And she kind of, as she's doing this, and she's like explaining to Cassie. So, gonna bring Roland back. However, he might not look the same.
What do you mean? My sweet honey bear? What? No.
He'll be the same person, but he might not look the same.
No. That can't be true. Should be another way to get him back. My Roland back.
Well, what did you love him for? How he looks or who he is?
But you said you could bring Roland back.
That is who I'm bringing back.
Maybe it's just something you're telling me that's Roland, but it's really not Roland, and then just want coin from me or something else.
Oh, guarantee you, I probably spent more coin on doing this than I'd want from you. No offense, but right, probably gonna need you here too, though. He's probably gonna be a bit disoriented.
I don't know if I'm sure about this.
If you love him as much as you say you do, then everything will work out.
Okay. Alright.
It was all about his
Right.
bod.
You begin to take time getting out the reagents and attempting to cast a spell. A large shouting and crash from the table to the south side as the dwarf kind of stands up onto the table. At this point, you can get an idea what the dwarf is kind of looking like in regards. Wearing a beautiful piece of chainmail, looks to be nice and grained, black undertones with the actual pattern of padding that underlay the actual chainmail. They have different kind of amulets and rings about them. Now kind of seeing it wasn't necessarily like a warhammer per se. Seems to be more of an axe, maybe a battle axe of some kind coming through, but it has kind of a blunt end towards the back, one side of it. And then the shield itself is kind of crested in a nice plating of mithril, standing upon the table. Kind of sits upon it and basically comes up to this one that's wearing like a black garment and a backpack. Just looks down towards him and just kind of smashes him across the face. It's a large crash. They kind of giggle and laugh. You see the actual bartender grab a dagger and then just throws it in their direction. As the dagger flies, you can see it just skim off a little bit of the beard hair and then land into the actual back of the boat, the wall. You see the dwarf stand up and kind of go quiet. They look in the direction. Fucking bitch. Why'd you do that? Stands up at the counter, goes underneath and grabs a rapier, and then splits it into two. Do that fucking again. You're out of here. Cut you from balls to neck. Leave you out in the street. Just about finished here anyways. Grabs After Tinkers drinks it, after drinking it, see, putting down both the shield and the axe, takes both of the hands, pushes the actual tankard with supernatural strength, and just crunched almost like a can, and then sets it down to the table. Oops, sorry. Puts the shield back, sheathes the axe, and then steps down. Dead Kosh, let's go. It's over. Towards you all, kind of unsure, right? Sniffs the air, spits under the ground. Fuck this place. You can tall walk out and leave. Goes down. Puts the rapiers together underneath the counter.
Dude, not cool.
Michelle, dagger. Sway grabs the dagger, walks back, leaning over you, Marina, sits it down to the counter. Fucking hate those people.
Who are they?
Denkosh. Come around here every so often looking for some pleasure. Cheap
They always
place
cause
they can do
trouble
their
around here?
business. Not all the time. Depends what they're dealing.
Can't possibly be worth the business, is it?
You'd be surprised. They pay 3 times as much just to sit at that damn table. Pay even more to the Emberock to turn the eye. That dwarf
Who
you
are the
saw.
Denkosh anyway? They a bunch of mercenaries?
Denkosh? They're a miners' guild.
Here's Gil.
That's right.
Look a
Town of
little
Paylene on the south side of the bay.
alarmed to be a guild.
That's where their headquarters are. Oh, I know. Working on some big new operation. Lavster Mountains to the east of the Gorn Valley. Word has that they found something quite expensive. And, well, they need weapons and armaments to protect it, I suppose. My
You want
guess
me
is
to
they're
go
dealing
beat
in
the
something
shit out
else.
of those guys for you?
Darling, listen. Gothelin Leatherjaw. It's something else. Worked on a few companies. Sailor at heart. As cheery as that dwarf once was, it's no longer. They could pick you up and rip you in two.
Know about that, but I'll take your word for it.
My name's Madame Laurel. I thought I'd introduce myself since you had to watch that whole debacle happen.
Name's
Sick.
Marina.
I have a question.
Hit me with it.
How was it like to... It's towards tents and snapping guys. How was it like to die?
You know, the first time, you don't really notice it happening. It just sort of happened. You know, everything goes black. The second time, especially, you know, it wasn't painful both times, surprisingly enough. Maybe I just got lucky.
Fuck's sake.
I don't remember
You
being
died
dead.
twice?
Yeah.
Fuck brings you back? Who would want you back?
Right?
You're okay.
That would be me.
You.
Well, the one
And-
that brings me back just went in there to see Cassie.
Sure they're having a good time. Well earned. Bringing you
Here
back.
they are.
You all from around here? You just fight in the Coliseum all the time? Just for fun?
Not at all.
Shits and giggles?
From Balder.
Balder? Freak of royalty, are you? Noba?
No.
Thought as much. Fought in solos, hmm?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing this evening?
we doing this evening? We didn't plan that far ahead, did we?
I rarely plan that far ahead.
I want to talk to Captain Morgan. We discussed it.
Wasn't set in stone. So
Bold of you to think any of us listen to anything anyone says.
No one says it ever.
Certainly not going to
Yeah.
tell someone we don't know anyway.
True.
Not gonna tell me?
not doing anything that I know of.
You're gonna eat my shit stew and drink my horrible grog, and you're not gonna tell me a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Usually noble folk come in
Listen.
here looking for some quickie of some kind and skirting away from your partner. And
Had a rough couple days.
you've had a couple of rough days? Here, hold on, let me real quick. Oh. It's my tiny violin. Let me play it for you. Tough fucking luck, sweetheart. The hard world out there.
Yeah, excuse me if he's not particularly talkative.
The hell are you doing? It's gonna be hours. Why? Hey, your friend bought 1 hour. You're gonna be here for 1 hour? You're gonna wait for your friend? There's no one else in here.
Laying in the cut, G. Just hanging out.
Hey man, eating your shit stew. Nothing else is any of your fucking business. I gave you the silver, now fuck off.
Man, this vibe is so hostile. We need to bring it down.
Let's relax for a little bit, right? We're all just here to support our friend.
You're supporting your
There's no need
friend.
for hostilities.
How would you support your friend? Fucking. From here.
Well, she's a
confused.
virgin. She's a virgin, you see, so we're here for emotional support.
Emotional support.
She was pretty nervous.
It's an absolute fucking joke. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
it
Yeah.
is. Anyway, let's talk about something more productive.
Do you have any strong spirits?
Have straight rum,
That'll be perfect.
spiced and blacked. Grabs the same rusted mug, looks into it real quick, pulls out a cockroach, throws it off, pours some rum in, shifts it over to you.
nice.
No worries.
3 silver.
Doesn't even care at this point. Hands over the money. Doesn't even care. Just...
You know, speaking of rum, guy named Captain Morgan.
Do you want
Yeah.
Captain Morgan?
Oh,
Sees country shell, turns and locks the door.
You know, I'm starting to pick up on a pattern here that anytime I say his name, really not a good
You should
idea.
probably stop.
Yeah, I should probably stop, huh?
No, I want to hear it. What business do you have with the old cap?
Trying to run the blockade.
Fixing to run the blockade,
Mm-hmm.
What business do you have with him for such
Both
an
black.
extreme reaction?
Mr. Woods. Well, you can say Cap Morgan and I are a thing.
That's cool. Good for you. I
Can we?
guess.
Sure.
Serious
should
thing
we
or
do?
just a for fun thing?
Like
fun.
exclusive or...
I like to fuck.
All right, don't we all?
Surprise you.
Really?
No.
Black Rat. Any ship's gonna do it. That'll do it. Cap Morgan
Yes, it's done it before.
runs it. Rum you drink comes from that ship. They stow it away, smuggle it in.
Cool.
Which coin you have?
Got like 1,800 gold pieces on me.
1800?
Don't tell him the exact amount.
It's not just about how much coin you have, it's
know,
about how useful you can be on board as well.
Sometimes,
right?
Marina, honesty is okay.
That's right.
Be open with people. Be comfortable.
Imagine you'd be real
I
useful.
don't know about that.
Looks at your
Well, what
hands.
do
Looks
you
like
know?
you've sailed before, yes?
Yes.
Felt the salty air. Well, Captain, make use of that. Imagine.
He has before.
Sidesteps and turns. What do you mean by that?
Said, what's happening?
I've been on a sailing boat for a very long time.
You've been on a sailing boat for a long time. That's not what I fucking heard. Kind of sounded like you were saying you've been on the Black Rat and you know the Captain Morgan.
I have, and I did.
How well do you know the Captain Morgan? Real fucking well?
I'm not very good with people,
What's
so
up?
please tell
Sir?
me what's happening here.
Oh,
Someone's a little possessive.
I think she thinks you fucked him, or are fucking him.
Oh no, my girlfriend's the one in the room back there.
wow. That must be really awkward for you.
It's a
Yes.
complex, open
Uncorks the bottle of
relationship
rum.
type thing.
Continues to pour the rum until it spills all the way over and falls down the bar counter and keeps pouring it. Then corks it and puts it underneath the counter. Listen, Captain Morgan doesn't take just anybody across the blockade, right?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta have skills. You gotta know what you're fucking doing. You also gotta have a lot of coin. You don't have the coin, better be real fucking persuasive.
Maybe you could put in a good word for us.
For a finder's fee, I could.
You're really asking for a favor from her after everything you two just said to each other? That's a balls, Marina.
How about you hand over 500 gold? I'll take you there tonight.
Yeah, sure, here.
Appreciate it. The sensible one. Fucking nobles. Sidesteps
Yeah.
over. Pushes through the
I
door.
de-
Takes your
deserve that, I
coin.
guess.
Walks out. Movement passes by. Hear the boots clanking on the wood planks. Just the door. Comes back around the bar counter. It's pretty busy in here. Jell could run things. Gonna be a stormy night tonight. A lot of cover. Should be good.
Wait, are you asking us to run your tavern right now?
No, I'm fucking not asking you to run the tavern. I'm telling you that my concierge Michelle is going to run the Salty Brine, while we all go to the Black Rat on the lower dock tonight.
Cool.
Kind of disappointed. Tinzin's got manager experience.
Really?
Ran a bathhouse for a bit back home.
Bathhouse.
Bathhouse, quote unquote.
Moves down the
Fancier.
counter. Pushes
brothel.
the brazier over the bar counter. Moves right up to your face, a couple inches away. How was that?
It was interesting. It wasn't a willing job,
Slavery?
but it was entertaining enough.
You looking for some work?
This shitty little bathhouse into a premier spot in town.
Bet you'd fetch a lot of coin here, huh? Get you a room?
I think I'll have to pass.
Suit yourself. House makes 80-20. Alright? You're looking
Oh.
for some work? You need some coin? I'll set you up.
Coin's not a concern, and we're all pretty busy.
Tell. So you want to see Captain Morgan? Run the blockade.
Hopefully, we're leaving town soon.
Why would you leave this fine, beautiful city?
Don't like to stay in one place for too long.
Always on the move, huh?
Always have been.
Something chasing you? Nightmares?
Maybe.
Can nightmares do that? That's scary.
Come on, man.
Oh.
Shouldn't be too much longer, I'd imagine.
I'm gonna go sit at that table over there now.
Table hasn't been picked up or cleaned. You're just gonna go over there and
Yeah, yeah.
get the meal scraps around, and
Flop is-
ale and
Just
rum
kinda-
and things. Yeah, you're trying to like sit there
Just disengaging from the conversation.
staring into
You know
a
what?
wall,
That's fair.
just like staring blankly, just not doing anything.
staring blankly into the wall. All right,
Gonna start trancing. Just
start trancing. So you are attempting to reincarnate. So, as the hour elapses here, this is what it requires as far as getting the reagents placed, getting the time spent, right? Getting everything kind of in line. Cassie has just been eagerly waiting and sobbing at the same time. This flood of emotions going back and forth. And you finally get the ritual all kind of done. You set what you have to reincarnate Roland, the center of this. Begin to enchant. Drawing upon the primal forces of the prime material plane, the natural world around you, and call to reincarnate this soul. Free and willing soul to be brought back. As you do that, you begin to form this body. As using the energy around you, begin to build this body. This is what this spell does. Lights of green and blues begins to make it. I need you, not me, as I know the spell says me, to roll a d1.
Alrighty.
maybe a turtle. That'd be funny.
Here goes, Roland. Good luck. I think
Wow, 94.
that's,
It's
that's really good.
So, do you roll a 94 on the percentile dice? Using the magic about the space, channeling, you see as it appears to be Roland's body. It seems as though getting the human is enough to pull the forces around. There's plenty of inspiration and muse to go about with the pile of bodies that you shifted through. See as Cassie gets ever so excited that you're reincarnating. But then as you are channeling, all of a sudden, the physique of Roland begins to change. The musculature slightly grows, becomes almost large. It seems to have grown 5 to 6 inches and has gained over 20% muscle mass. Sees Cassie gets extremely excited at this point.
Oh my god.
Just
Giga
eagerly away. As you call upon the spirit, see this naked Roland appears. Takes the first breath of life. See the eyes begin to roll back into the head, slowly opens them. What happened? As Cassie jumps on top, Roland's naked body begins to kiss them ferociously. Roland, oh my sweet thing, you're alive! Oh, I love you! Oh, wait, what? Oh, what's happening? Oh, Cassie, oh. Cassie, I love you. Get to make out, kiss.
Right, well, I'm gonna leave you two alone for a little while. It's gonna actually. It's gonna cast a conjure with them make some pixies. Gonna leave one in here, and just gonna tell Roland. Right, just let her know whenever you're ready to leave. She'll turn you invisible, and then you can kind of sneak out.
Oh, all right. Oh, it's
You're
getting
gonna watch?
saucy. It's getting real saucy.
We're out of here.
So what is he exactly?
It's Roland.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Roland. It's just a Giga Chad version of Roland.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Just full blown hanging dong too. Just
Damn, what
Just
the hell? Why didn't he do
massive
that
stack.
to Tenzin?
Wow.
Damn.
Oh no! Oh
Telling me I
wow!
could
You know,
Giga Chad?
Tenzin, I think we could
Giga
annul
Tenzin.
the marriage right now if you're feeling it, man.
I'm sorry, I'm not Giga Chad.
Listen, that was out of character, okay?
Concierge Michelle at this point has unlocked the door. More patrons are coming in, just talking to Michelle at this point, and then Michelle's making them going back and forth, right, between the actual common area and that hallway there, opening doors, unlocking them, coming back. There's not really any sort of check or guesswork. They're just picking this many hours they're paying for it, and then they're choosing as they go back. So it's a very cut and dry system. Rocks eventually come back out, a little bit excited and happy that you rolled essentially a very low probability. I mean, that was pretty astronomical as far as the
Hey,
roll.
you
So
popped your cherry, Frogs. Good job.
got that successful reincarnate back into Roland's body, and even then you seem to have perhaps imbued them with strength and other sorts of things that kind of maybe pulled again the inspiration, the muse of all the gladiators, and maybe that in itself, a lot of natural magic there, was able to put 3 people's worth into Roland's body. Who knows?
Well, but maybe he's not a coward anymore.
Look! The non-virgin. Congratulations.
Yes,
very
thank
loud.
you.
It says,
Thank you very
yo,
much.
congratulations on the sex, Brox.
Yeah, yes, cool. Very, very cool. Yeah.
All right, what time are we
Get
meeting
you
up?
some celebratory nachos.
You guys could just be quiet now.
No, I'm good. What time are we meeting up?
What time do you want to meet? Let's see. And Barack moves around this point, this hour. 11 o'clock.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah, we have plenty of time.
Morgan got me a Capri Sun.
Makes you back towards you, Lysandra. But hearing the conversation. Stares you in the face. Just gotta claim what's
Yes?
yours, dear.
The bottle?
Oh, no. No. You know exactly what
Met
I'm
my-
talking about. Just take it. It's yours if you want it. All right,
Is this
now.
another people thing I don't understand?
Sure is. You'll figure it out. Now, if any of you all aren't going to get some services, well, get right the fuck out.
Sounds
Yep.
I'll
good.
do.
I got 4
Thank you for
chairs
your
up here.
help. And for the rum.
Welcome. Good luck. See you later tonight.
Good night.
All right. Well,
You asshole.
Roland should be done in there shortly.
No, I closed the door.
We can wait out here for him, and then I think we just let's see. Did we already give him the stuff for going up north?
Mm.
How'd it go? Is he a goblin?
Oh no! He looks quite well.
Oh.
Damn it. She passes Tenzin 5 silver.
You an orc?
Okay. So
Nope,
you're
not
waiting.
an orc. Actually, a human.
Oh,
That's boring.
Boring.
it's
but
funny.
Guess it kind of works out.
Kind of a better looking human too.
A better looking human?
What the fuck?
Yes.
What do you
That's
mean?
not fair.
Did you bring him back sexier?
Well, you know his arms were like this big, and now they're like this big.
Why
Oh.
do you make him hot?
It kind of just came to me.
Think about the environment she's in.
We got all
Oh
that
my.
lustful energy going into that spell.
It's a very sexual place, you know. It's
Got
kinda-
inspiration from you, Tenzin.
probably wait up for him and then
Okay.
yeah, just TLD or give him the piece of paper to
Sure.
let him go up north.
So you wait for a period 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, 40 minutes. Eventually, Roland comes out wrapped in a blanket. It's around the railing. See Roland standing roughly 6'7" now. Broad chested, large shoulders, massive biceps, looking like Henry Cavill on the stage. So,
What
Holy
the
shit.
fuck?
well, I can't thank you all enough. I just
Yeah, you sure can't.
realized I would look like this. Is this part of your magic, or is this just an accident?
Let's yes, let's go with it being intentional.
Thank you so much.
Right, well, you're gonna do your end of the deal now, right? You're gonna be staying away from the gambling.
That's right.
Going
That's
up
right.
north?
We're getting out of here. Going up north to a theme.
Congratulations on being alive. Now get the fuck out.
I'd also suggest maybe
Cla-
coming up with a new identity and a new name, sort of protect yourself.
Yeah.
What about Chad? What do you think about the name Chad?
Chad? I don't know about that.
I think it suits you.
Yeah.
I think I was
You
going
look
to call
like a
myself Ronaldo.
I mean, I
Kyler's
guess.
just gonna walk away at
The
this
White
point, and,
Stallion.
Actually, no. Okay, that way. If you want to be Ronaldo the White Stallion, I think that's a good one too.
Might draw too much attention to yourself.
Oh. Okay, well, just excited by this new body. It's just so alive. Okay. Just a new person.
All right.
Congratulations on being hot. I hope we never see you again. Goodbye.
Oh, I'm hot? Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right.
If you're into that kind of thing.
It's covered.
Yeah,
covering
not
with a
my
blanket
personal
right now.
taste, but objectively.
Well, thank you so much, and for all of your help, and I'm eternally grateful. If you ever come up to Athena,
Marina's already walking away.
look for Ronaldo. Oh, bye.
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 Right. Do hope you and Cassie do well in the future. And she gives him like a small pouch. There's 1,000 gold in there.
Oh,
This should
thank you.
this should do you all right.
See
You
is
could have earned that money on
Ronaldo.
the road.
Ronaldo grabs the pouch, lets go with the other hand to give you a hug. Completely bare naked, just wraps you up in the arms, hugs you. Thank
And,
you
well,
so
I'll
I've already one of
much.
your kids after frogs.
Thank you
Okay,
so
then,
much. Oh,
His name
oh,
is
shit.
Frox, the White
Almost break it up.
Stallion.
Sandy and wet and muddy. All right then, bye. Bye. Just walks back into the salty brine. Yes.
How about we not rescue people for a little while, hey Faye?
What do you mean? That felt great.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
This session was just like,
One. Is everything proportional?
is everything proportional? That's up to your imagination. I'm not gonna. That will fade into black as far as we're concerned. There, I went as far as the.
Everything else
all
after
I
this
said.
is headcanon.
All I said was that they grew taller and that their muscle mass had increased, and you all took the airplane and went straight into a volcano with it.
3 people's worth.
Well, some people get happy endings, you know.
That's right.
Everything, everything.
Okay.
Right. Let's go over to the smithy. And she's gonna kind of like pull Kyler to the side.
Mhm.
Right. When we get there, would you mind keeping Liz busy for a little while I talk to the smith?
Okay, sure.
Heading over to the smithy. Before we get to that, we'll go ahead and take a break. So we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So we'll come back at 9:38 p.m. PST or so, probably a little bit later than that. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. I'm going to make sure the stream view is in order, and we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So as soon as we get back. All right, back into it. The Dragon Slayers. Not just that they slaying dragons, but they slaying some other things, apparently. As we come back from the break, a lot of things were going
Bring the
down. It
frogs.
was getting saucy. There was a great number of things, but we'll move on from that as we head over to Master Torvin's smithy, is what it sounded like you're all kind of headed to. So I'll give some ambiance around because the rain is still coming down quite heavily. The wind is still moving about you, pushing through. Eventually you kind of come through a different variety of large crowds that form within the Cheapside, kind of staring at you as you make your way from the salty brine. Many of them are kind of looking and kind of tilting the head and going, "Oh yeah, Dragonflight, lots of bunch of going on them." Then there's kind of yelling and hawking and things here in the Cheapside. As it seems there's a lot of people that might participate in House Fortune in favor and did not bet on you in particular to win. And as you pass through, headed for Master Torvin's smithy, which is actually on the north side, mainly attached to the actual naval base that is there. The door itself slightly ajar. You kind of pass in, and then you hear the familiar sounds of the actual smith shop. Who's going inside?
Going inside to talk to the smith.
We'll go in. Marina will go in.
Okay.
You can
All right,
get
so you
in.
pass in. You don't see Master Torvin. No one's in the current shop within the actual shop floor. And as you kind of relate to the actual blacksmith, along with many precious other things, are kind of towards the back end. But this time, when you pass into the door, there's this light kind of string, and it goes into a bell. And there's like ding, 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 ding. See, as Master Torvin kind of comes out, rubbing the knuckles and hands covered in black charcoal suit with a kind of a loose rag, and kind of tosses it to the side of the counter nearby. Bill's fucking working. That's good.
That's very nice.
Thought it was necessary. People will come again here. No one was up here. Really want stuff stolen. How can I help you?
Looking to get some armor crafted as sort of like a present for a friend of mine.
Present for a friend of yours.
Yep.
What kind of armor are you looking for?
Probably. See, I'm not too good with armor. But she kind of explains. But does her best to explain like a full plate of +2.
Oh, I see. You're looking for some enchanted plate armor, it sounds like. Well, I can do something like that. It's going to cost you. And I need to have measurements from the individual. Is that possible?
How good are you with Can you kind of like let's see. What kind of measurements do you need?
Well, I'm going to need a tight fit for the plate armor, and so I'll most likely need arms, shoulders, chest, stomach, abdomen, legs, and all. Full suit. It's going to cost you extra to resize it. So if I make it for you and it's not the right size and I have to do extra work, it's just going to be more coin to it.
True, that's true. Okay. I'd also like it to be a little bit of a custom make. To be like a obsidian black kind of shade, and then image of like a purple lilac flower on the front.
See. All right. Pulls out a small piece of parchment at the counter. Loose ink pen, begins scribbling notes. Anything else?
How much is that?
We'll come to price in a little bit. Anything else to it?
Nope, that's it.
How did you go in with them?
No, I'm just talking to Lysandra about all sorts of fun stuff.
Okay.
Gossiping about Ferox and
Ooh, love it.
I'm going to order something.
Did you trying to remember, I don't think, did you mention how much when you got a quote for a plate?
I think that's I think it was like 40
they were with
something.
me. Yeah, they were with me. Yeah.
They were with you, yeah, and that was kind
Yeah.
of a similar situation. You asked for, you didn't ask for plate +2, did you? You
Yeah.
asked for,
Me? I have +1. I was asking for an upgrade.
you're asking
too.
for an upgrade to 2. Okay, yeah, it wasn't like a full suit upgrade.
No,
Just
I already, yeah, I
just
just
the
wanted mine
upgrade.
upgrade. Yeah.
And they throw out that obscene kind of value. Comes through and writes down the notes. Work is going to be quite expensive. It'll also take some time. Get going for something like that?
Not this much. And she pulls out her bag. It's like there is 56,000 in there.
Listen, I'll give you a discount. Considering that, well, you're the Dragon Slayers, you won the Coliseum, and why not have one of those champions wear my armor? I'll just fix up that sword of your friends. Seems like you're giving me your business. I'll make a little good faith offer. I'll do this armor for you. The engravings is followed, and we'll call it right around 35,000.
Very much appreciated.
And
I'll
I
be
really
sure.
hope Ferox mentioned something to Kyler about that price.
I'll be sure to spread the word of your business wherever I go.
Yeah, I appreciate that as well. Anyways,
Let me
job
bring
like
the,
this.
let me bring the person in for measurements.
Oh, sounds good.
Kind of goes outside. It's like, all right, Liz, I'm gonna need to kind of wear a blindfold for a few minutes and come with me.
This again?
Yep.
Sure.
I just want like a better rapier.
Better rapier. What's wrong with the rapier you have?
It's not magic, and I would like for it to be.
What kind of enchantment you're looking on it?
Honestly, I'm not super picky. I just want to be able to hit things with it that you got to use magic on.
All right, well, I can give you a little bit better than what you got. We're around 1,000 gold. Anything more than that, we're going to talk upwards 5,000-6,000.
Good. What'll it do?
What'll it do?
Yeah, like
She's really out of her element.
Are you not proficient with
what's
best
the
weapon?
upgrade?
Are you not proficient with the rapier?
No, I am. I mean, like, what will the upgrade for like 1,000
Out of
gold,
character.
What'll that?
1,000 gold, rapier +1.
Okay, cool. Perfect. It'll just be a little better. That's exactly what I need. Thank you.
All right, do you want me to improve this weapon, or do you want me to make a new one?
Yeah, the one I have is fine. We don't need a whole new one.
All right. Thanks. Come back tomorrow.
Will do.
Takes
Thanks.
your rapier, moves back into the shop, disappears for a little bit. The actual
Out of
forge area, and then
character.
comes back.
What I was trying to get across was help. We keep fighting things that don't take non-magical damage. I just need my rapier.
Small
It's
piece of,
good.
pulls a small piece of parchment on, begins to write it out. Sign your name here.
Yep.
I need your coin just
Do
yet.
that.
Pay when you get it back.
Sounds good. Thanks.
That's fine. Sandra blindfolded. Perhaps you can come in.
Mhm.
It's a bit fucking odd. All right. Seen worse, I suppose.
You have?
He kind of motions to this with be like, just
Oh. Okay.
need you to hold still for a little while. There's kind of present coming for you.
Oh, okay.
Listen, I
stay
just need to
still.
have your consent. You consent.
Yes?
Okay.
Is the blindfold really necessary for Ox? I mean,
Sure. Time passes by. Sandra like touching other things, happening, something wrapping around your body in different areas and things, and then eventually kind of comes to writing on notes in different pieces of parchment for Ox, and just roll a piece of parchment very slowly, turns it over after the roll. Done.
Right? Well,
Can I
it'll
take the
take at least a
blindfold
few
off?
days.
Yeah, I didn't know if you want me. You want to talk with them in here?
Oh no, that's right. Give me a moment. It's coming.
Yeah.
Leads,
All right.
leads back outside.
Shoves you out of the
Goes
pouring
back in.
rain.
I'm gonna go out with her to make sure she doesn't bump into anything.
Wagon passes by. The sun just
Yeah.
walking right into the road.
Why is everyone in this party so? What even is the word?
Extra.
I don't know.
Socially awkward.
Social.
Oh, not everyone.
Well, I'm gonna need a down payment of this. Call it up to 10K down payment here. What I got here in order should take roughly a week or so to make it. I got some stock, some old plate I can work up and make something nice of an old third commander that actually died. One of the ships out here in the South Aryan Navy, so should work out quite well. Same size as two. So week should push us. Let's see. It's out a small calendar. Flips through it. 28th there, Nor. Call it.
All right, sounds good.
All right, sounds great. I get your signature here.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Pleasure doing business with you. And I'll see you in a week's time. See your friend tomorrow.
Yep.
All right. Walks back into the forge and disappears.
Yeah, we're out.
All right.
You still want to get a magic flail?
Oh, I've already got the staff.
So you're not even gonna get the foot.
We'll switch things up a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
They hit people with a stick now.
Yeah.
What do you do now?
Well, we got quite a while until Captain Morgan.
Drink, drink, drink.
Hmm. I was looking at the list of places to go.
That Farwater Company is
You know-
for sale.
If Hinton, we never checked out the actual leftover weapons from people in the arena that were being auctioned.
Oh, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, we actually might be able to find stuff that's already made and we don't have to wait.
Oh man, you know, let's go. Let's go to
Maybe we'll find you something there.
used weapons.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Did any of the guys you kill have a flail, Kyler?
Tried it. That was pretty cool. Well, let's go check it out.
Heading over there. All right.
What I really need is like a ranged weapon, so hopefully they have one of those.
I'm kind of curious to see what's on the table. I don't need any fancy shit. You know what I mean, Farag?
You head back towards the southwest side of the Coliseum, heading to the auctioneer's area. Still kind of going right now as they're working through different things and multiple different platforms selling multiple different pieces as they kind of come through. People are bidding, throwing out the numbers of what they want to take towards the items, and you have a plethora of different armors. You have plates, splints, half plates, have light armor, medium, heavy, variety of weapons. It's difficult to tell what the quality is unless you're proficient with Smith's tools and other sorts of
Hey,
trade
I
tools
am.
such as that.
Look
So,
at that.
as
Thank
you're
you,
kind of
Battlemaster.
watching and you're spending time and you're attempting to figure out what might have some value and what doesn't, I need you to make a Smith's tools check, but using your intelligence rather than the strength. So all I need you to do is probably make a flat intelligence check, and it will add your proficiency bonus to it.
I mean, I can't see what would be wrong with a flat intelligence check. See?
I will enhance ability on you. For intelligence.
Okay, so you're going to put the, if I remember correctly,
Fox
Eagles,
cunning. Fox's
Fox's
cunning.
cunning. So you have advantage to make another check?
I really hope I disappoint you.
Slightly better.
Why did my dice change? What the fuck?
I just saw that. That's weird. Did my dice change? No, my dice didn't change.
The hell?
I don't know. It's just yours. Creepy.
What the hell?
My gosh, they're changing. I did do module updates and stuff before, like, maybe Dice and Ice updated and your skin stuff changed, and so it defaulted you. Maybe I don't know.
Weird.
If you go into configure settings, you can.
Gee.
Okay.
I'm
Alright.
confused.
Yeah, that's
Alright.
that's probably what it is. It's just reset your
Solid
skin or something.
9.
So we have a solid 9 for the check, is what I have here, and that's with the advantage. So 9 plus 4, that's a total of 13. So with the intelligence check,
I'll add another 5 to there with Cosmic Omen.
okay. 13, 5, 18. So with the intelligence check of 18, you begin to pierce through. And sure enough, as you're watching and keeping your eyes mainly towards maybe heavier armor, right, larger weapon sets, there is a piece of plate that comes through. This piece of plate was worn by a particular gladiator, someone that had perished with a round that you didn't fight them of, and seems to be of humanoid, kind of, not humanoid, but humanoid and then human size. It seems to be larger set, larger shoulders. Maybe refitting this wouldn't be very difficult to do. And from what you understand is that it has higher quality to it. You're unclear from the distance of, hey, you know, is it enchanted like +1, +2, +3? Like, is it something like along those lines? Is it like a material such as mithril, maybe? Is it something like an adamantium material? It's not greenish, it's not blue, so maybe it's just masterwork or something. Because it's really commonly steel, but the engravings into it, the work that's been done to it, it really just kind of stands out as something that has some value and could be valuable to you. The auction price that they're selling off for is a meager 200 gold.
400.
Do you
I'm
yell
assuming I'm
out?
bidding against people.
Yeah.
Yeah, 400.
Okay, 400, we get 400. Go what? Go what?
I overbid.
500. 600.
550.
550.
Wait,
You have
what?
600. I got 600. 600 going once. Go on twice. So, the 600.
Hey.
So that person right there. Oh, well, it's Grand Champion Kyler Yamato. But I fucking needs it for. That's alright.
Target practice? I don't know. We'll find out. All right. Let me see this.
See just
Piece
a couple,
of shit.
couple of the administrators grab the plate armor and begin to come down to you, and immediately through the crowd, this crowd begins to disperse away from the platform, almost like a restart. Right, they come up to you or towards the armor, and they look for the coin first.
Yep, give it to them.
Thank you, Grand Champion Kyler. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great job, plate
everybody
armor.
Do your strength training, eat your vegetables, you know.
Are you sure? It's getting. Let's see. He's okay, right?
Yeah,
Come on.
go get him.
I'm gonna fight the Coliseum just like you one day.
Hell yeah.
Oh, don't.
How
do
old
that.
are you?
Well, I'm a little bit young for my race. It's a halfling. I'm roughly 16 years old.
Okay. Yeah, just keep training.
No.
I look forward to
stop.
watching it.
Yeah.
Please.
Grand Champion!
Gotta inspire them, you know,
Fire new
guys.
generation.
All right. To get the mystery
Is there
plate armor.
any?
The mystery
Is
plate.
there any jewelry? Like not necessarily like is there anything pretty on auction? It doesn't have to be magic.
Not really here.
Or use-
This is just weaponry and armor that they're auctioneering off. Jewelry and rings is not something that I think that they would auction at this point. They most likely would
Damn.
pocket that and
I want a
And-
dead
and-
person's ring.
sell it off more privately.
Can I use my? Hold on. Oh, not that. Not that. I don't want to stun anybody. Can I use my magic awareness ability just to look at the stock and just to see if there's any magical ranged weapons that are being auctioned?
All right. Using your magic awareness, you go over to one of the platforms that seems to be participating in ranged weapons, right? Because there's like the armor, light, there's different varieties. So you're kind of at this point of a ranged weapon. They're selling arrows, fletching, certain things. I actually come across a quiver. The quiver itself seems to be magical, and holding it outright has some different elvish runes towards it. Also, the arrows inside of it could be the arrows, or maybe perhaps the quiver itself. Auctioning it off of for a meager 60 gold.
Any chance you would point that out
60
to
gold,
Marina?
60 gold, 60. Oh, 70, 70 gold. 70 we're at 70 now, sorry, 70 gold, left there, 80, 80 gold for this fine quiver, 100 gold. 100 gold, what? 100 gold, what? Right, so! 21 dragons are Black champion!
The fuck, man?
Alright. One of them comes
Yeah.
over.
Any chance
Half
that's
orc
a
holding
wedding
the quiver.
gift?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you, sir. 100 gold, please.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, yo, where up?
You have like a ribbon that I can wrap on that?
Jesus Christ.
No.
Oh, okay.
You didn't pull a single ribbon off of all those dead guys?
Through magic awareness, you do know that there's magic in some of the items in the stock, but at this distance and without shoveling through, you would never know which items they particularly were.
Okay. Well, I got the first magic item I saw then.
This shit's cheap.
All right. I'm just
Who would have
gonna.
thought buying off of the dead was cheap? This is
I'm
great.
gonna saunter on over to Marina. And I'm gonna be like, I got a present for you. Magical quiver off a dead guy.
That's pretty cool.
Discounted.
Thanks, Tenzin.
I have no idea what it does, but it's magical, so.
I mean, good enough for me. I'd be happy with a normal quiver from a dead guy.
Only if it's from a dead guy.
Yeah.
It was one.
I guess that means it has history.
Okay. Anything else anybody's looking for in
I gotta
particular?
identify it or something.
Nope.
Ika.
Any cool daggers?
Ika could identify. Ika could identify it. That's a hard one to say. Ika could identify.
Ika could identify.
Ika could identify it.
That is a hard one. You're
That's
right.
a really tough one. Or you can just go back to Bruga's.
Good.
I gave Tenzin one of my daggers, so if they have any cool daggers.
Okay. You're looking for daggers?
She's looking for something magical. I can use my magical awareness again. Trying to find
I
it.
mean, magical would be cool, but also non-magical is fine. I just like stabby things.
Okay.
That's a good hobby.
Can never have too many daggers.
I'll
So
help her
daggers
anyway
are
with magical
daggers are
awareness.
coming up. Are you rolling intelligence check to see if there's value to them, or are you just using magic awareness?
Sure. Intelligence.
Okay, roll it.
What? Oh, I kept clicking initiative. Listen, I and T are very similar letters.
Oof.
This
Oh my
dagger is one of the prime team.
Wow.
Comes in a set of 2. He seems to be very special, these 2 daggers, and you're feeling that this is it could be valuable. They have a little curve to them, nice strong handle with leather bound. There's a little bit of pommel to them, and they're nice. Here's go and start up bait for Vitigo. Vitigo, got what? That Vitigo,
Good
yep.
50,
That Vitigo, I'm gonna go 60. 60 go.
65.
65, yep, yep.
Fine.
Oh,
350.
350 go from Grand Champion! Kyler, Grand Champion! Ready to go, us! Ready to go, us! Ready to go!
Sweet, I got new daggers.
Grand Champion, Kyler!
Steal that off your dead body, Kyler.
I don't die. Tendon dies. It's not me. Alright, cool.
There's a first time for everything.
No, I'm immortal.
I guess we'll see.
What kind of daggers I got here?
I don't know. You haven't identified him yet.
Okay, well, just give him with me in my armor.
Nope. Idea. All right. Sure enough, here comes the stout gnome carrying a set of your daggers. Have a little bit of a tiny little chest. Opens them up. Queen Champion Kyler! I
No.
can't believe it!
Sweet.
Buy a sir, buy a sir, buy a sir.
Thanks, man.
I have a question for you, Kyler.
Mm-hmm.
Could you sign this? Takes off the boot, holds it up to an ink pen.
Yeah, sure. I'll sign it.
Thank you so much.
Go get him.
Spit back on. Yeah. Runs away. Alright, so you're gonna use your magic words again.
Sure, the dagger was already bought. Probably not.
Looking for more daggers?
Damn.
Yeah.
Make another intelligence check.
Jesus.
Just gonna buy any cool looking dagger.
Yeah.
I keep
Look.
trying to figure out what this shit is that I have. Oh, it changed again. Look at that.
Thrift shops and auctions and shit. Then these are my
Bidding! For this particular dagger, found another dead body. Yeah, this looks good, isn't it? Looks extremely common. With steel, nice little curved little handle to it. Yeah, it's all right.
Level
Too shabby.
1 dagger.
Okay, so this been off with 10 gold. 10 gold, go what? I think I 10 gold. There we go. 20 gold. 20 gold, go what? Go with us. So for 10 gold to that person.
Who bought it?
Just pass by. You wait the auction cycle. Slowly your minds begin to warp, hounding of my voice in multiple successions of characters. Roll another intelligence check.
Come on. I'm not that stupid.
This is a 20.
Slightly better.
Okay, my base up comes all the way. For the continent of Jamaica. Every soldier here bears a die. Holds out a dagger made with a bronze-like metal. Seems to have a intricate handle to it, made of leather wrapped in a metallic steel pommel. We're gonna start the bit off with this weapon. But 200 go. 200 go. What's I got 200 go right here?
I'll bet 200.
250, 250, got 250. I'm tired. 220 that percent. 250. 260. 260. Oh, all right. Do I got 270? 270. Yep.
275.
275 here. You ready to get up for yourself? I don't know what you're doing. Like, going what? Go get two.
Yeah, I
Two,
sure am
290 over
flexing.
here. 290 this person right here. Yeah.
300.
Go. 300 go what? Going twice on the other over here. Go to 350. Do I got 350 here? 350?
375.
375. 375 go once. Go once. So 375 do that person. Dragon Slayer! Yeah, good see there. How many times you were charmed by that ginormous eye monster?
I'll remember that.
You'll remember what? Nothing! Because I am a random NPC that's just been created for no reason!
What's your life story, random NPC?
I was born with this voice from the day I was born as a wee little baby!
Let's take him along with us.
Alrighty! Okay. Anybody else looking for anything? The hours pass by.
Nope.
Okay. Nothing else. No one's taking their gamble. Not a bet. Not.
That was. Wait, how much did I. 3 what? 3.
375!
Okay, cool, thanks.
All right, so as time ticks by, as the hours go around, the rain continues down. You're pretty much swamped at this point. Going underneath coverings. There's food being served around. People are still giving food. Sun's beginning to still be there. We're getting to the hours of the evening here, and people are eating here. They're still auctioning. This is going to be a huge process. There's a lot of materials that they're going through. And eventually, though, it kind of tickers out to really old, kind of rusty stuff and not really great things. Eventually, you see Roland's short sword come by.
Oh God!
You hear a voice from the crowd. It's not Roland. David, I told you to get out of here! Put on your damn sword for the
Kicked
coin!
his ass.
Well, alright, it's not
I
Roland.
really like that sword.
I really like that sword.
That's Smith tools with intelligence to try to figure my shit out.
Smith tools is intelligence if you're trying to understand maybe if you're trying to go for a raw understanding of identifying. Definitely it's going to be more like a long rest process if you want more of like a free check, or honestly, we can just ghost Ica casting identify on it as a ritual cast. So, whatever you want to do.
I mean, I feel like Ica would help us, but also
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay, so Ica's going to go through the things here. Okay,
We got time to kill.
Thanks, Ica.
got time to kill.
We got
Listen.
coffee being served. We got...
Yeah, you got food, you got different things you're able to get served here. People are oogling you. Great champion, oh my god! Asking for autographs. You're becoming a fanfare here at this point. People are asking for your autographs or wondering how you came back, Tenzin. That's the question that everyone's minds is. And they're trying to like when they look at you, they can't help but stare downwards and look up. And they're trying to get a good size now. Understand full sculpture. Truly understanding the meticulous of how you came to be back alive. Alright, so identification comes through. So Kyler, you have a plate armor +1 with fire resistance.
Oh, sweet.
Tenzin, you have an efficient quiver with 18 arrow +2.
Oh, wow. Damn.
Kyler, both those daggers you purchased are combat.
Cool.
And then Marina, you have a Beskar dagger +1.
Nice.
Okay. Start dragging things into inventory.
When I was a kid, my grandma took me to like a farm animal auction, and I was like 5 and I didn't know how auctions worked, and I just saw people like holding up signs with numbers on them. So she for some reason she gave me her number sign, and I held it up and accidentally made her buy a chicken.
Kyler, are you putting this on?
Switch them out, yeah,
Are
probably.
you gonna switch them out? Okay.
She had a farm, so it wasn't like we were just bringing the chicken back to like a normal house. But
What were the arrows in the quiver +2?
Correct.
Okay. You.
oh, thank you.
Dagger. 2 common daggers. Okay.
I got a special plan for them.
Tenzin, are you giving it to...
I'm giving the arrows and the quiver to Marina because she can get more use out of them.
He already
Oh,
sent them to me.
Okay. Okay. And... Marina... Beskar. Let's see. Could be. It's gonna be. Okay, so the Beskar dagger is a magical weapon by being enchanted. The metal itself is referred to as Beskar. It seems to be like this bronze-like metal. It is going to give you +1 to your attack and damage. So you have +2, +2 right to your attack and your damage, and then you also get an additional damage die. So it's a 2d4. Dagger is
Nice.
extremely valuable.
Ooh,
Fancy dagger.
fancy dagger.
It's in your inventory. I didn't equip it for you. So.
Thank you.
So at this stage, I'll probably say, right, you're able to chill, eat, and I don't think there's anything anybody wants to do, so we can just advance the time at this point.
Sounds good.
Not really too big of a reason, so we can kind of hop on.
No, I
in.
want to role play out signing autographs for the next 2
Jesus.
hours. Nobody recognizes Marina.
You'll get there one day, kid.
Get there one day, I swear. So, you finish up here at the auctioneering. Eventually, time kind of passes by. I'm just going to advance the time clock. You head over toward the Salty Brine area is. The rain itself kind of continuing, but it goes down to more of a less rain, so I'm going to change the actual effect so it doesn't have as much. In addition, the actual crowd noise begins to disperse as the auction kind of concludes for the evening, and probably most likely forever as they go through the items this late. You just make yourself, you're still in Cheapside, so you just have to make a jaunt. You eventually see the Madame Lowell, this individual, this character, that actually is outside of the Salty Brine, currently smoking a pipe of some kind, and has a bit of actual armor on now that covers the piece, and then has warmer clothing as well, wrapping around the legs, and everything is really form-fit, and there's multiple daggers fit into the leather armor that go around the sides of each rib, and then the actual rapier is on the side, sheathed current. They also have a hat, very much like a kind of a captain's or a pirate-like hat, a black and gold upon the head, and they have multiple braids and trinkets and brooches in the hair as well. Seem to be kind of fit for the occasion of potentially going on a boat and sailing, or just kind of keeping away from the wind and the elements as they come about. So, kind of sees you, immediately kind of stops smoking the pipe, kicks up from the building, bangs on the door. Michelle, I'm out of here. I'll be back soon. Just kicks out what is inside of the pipe, takes the pipe, kind of slides it in a groove underneath the armor. They don't seem to have a backpack or anything, as far as you can tell. Not even really like a cloak. Ready to fucking do this?
Yeah, let's go.
No. You aim to go to where the Black Rat is currently at. Alright. Go ahead and set the scene just a little bit here. Some more ambience, light. We're at night for this sequence. Okay. So I'm going to kind of showcase where exactly you're going on the actual lower dock here. Because it's a little bit different than you're having to go to the actual dock and go to the side. Now, as you kind of pass through, I'm going to use the pencil tool here. You're going to cross the bridge. You're going into the lower dock district here. As you do, you begin to pass by using the actual dock itself. So you're going to kind of hop onto the dock, which is a wooden dock, and then has a stone foundation or a wharf of some kind with piers as they kind of extend outwards. The boats themselves here, as they extend out, are quite large. Some of them can be galleon-like size, brigantine, multiple stories. You don't see any sort of weaponry of any kind on these ships. They're mainly trade. They're also only very faintly lit by torchlight or by lanterns from crew that are currently just kind of moving about the boats, none of which are currently being geared to sail. Particularly on this wharf, so on the dock, as you're kind of making your way along on the pencil tools I have kind of wrote here, and I'll ping the stream view as we go here. You're passing by instruments of mechanisms that they actually use to get cargo and things off. So not just on the piers of the wharf that kind of extend outwards, but here too they have large cranes and towers and mechanisms that they use to move these cranes. And so they have winches and other people that can kind of shift and rotate them around. And the cranes themselves are covered and it's elongated out with mixtures of hoists and hooks and things. There's many different carts and wagons that help facilitate that process. They also have small, like kind of small, almost like sailboats or tugboats of some kinds, right? That they can come up to the stone slab. And there's stairs as well, sandstone, that can go downwards to ships that come upright, come directly up to the stone of the wharf itself, and don't necessarily have to be docked too far out, right? So it's a very interesting setup. And the way that I describe this setup is very medieval London-esque. If you ever go into the Rutams, if you see any sort of movies and how that's designed, this is very similar to that. The ships are kind of right along on the stone slab. They're either on the dock that extends outwards a little bit as it's braced. The ships themselves are large. They have kind of that class of ship that you're kind of common and seeing as far as medieval-esque period. So as we pass through, we continue through. Eventually you come by what is appearing to be the actual Farwater Company. Multiple structures and warehouses align here. There's also kind of other company buildings that are here, many different labels and signage for those. Now we come to the Farwater Company here, and you can tell that the warehouse caught a little bit on the side, but the field house has mainly been destroyed. And the field house itself seems to have multiple different pieces of timber kind of blown off of it. The entire building seems to have kind of come apart and shed it down. The fire has been long put out at this point, but no one has really kind of laid claim or repaired the structure. There's some individuals kind of smoking out, just kind of kicking some debris and then walking past laughing as they're holding different rum and bottles and other sorts of drink and enjoying themselves. On the actual dock itself, you're having a vibe of sailors laughing and cheering, and many different tables for gambling are pitched up outside of some of these warehouses. Not that these individuals are working of any kind, but this might be a hangout spot that they have rather than going to a tavern or something, or a brothel, right, and spending coin. They'd rather just make coin quick gambling here. One thing rings true, House Fortune and Favor, right? One of the things that happened early on with the Prim Iris was a conversation of basically you can't gamble anywhere. And so these people gambling and moving around coin, do they have any affiliation with House Fortune and Favor? Are they doing this and maybe they just don't care about what might come to them for gambling outside of their establishment or kind of around it? Difficult to tell. But you continue on. Then you see this beautiful and immaculate in the distance, lit by torchlight as well as lanterns and other sorts of sconces and things, is referred to as on the map as the River Gate, and that is what this massive thing is. And it seems to be an elaborate structure. I won't go into too many details unless you're looking to have better light. You don't have daylight, so you can't really particularly see it, but it is exactly what it stands for. It is a river gate. It is a mechanism that they use to channel the volume of water necessary to stay true with the tides. And then it also allows ships to traverse through the river and then up and down it without having too much of a current. And they use this in combination with the aqueduct that you actually pass by as well. They can actually lower the volume of the aqueduct and raise it. And so it's a very elaborate mechanism they have coordinated. And there's large towers and wench mechanisms to lift almost like a massive piece of metal up and down the water. And then there is a jetty that extends outwards, and that braces the current of the river for the wharf, so everything's not kind of swamped up together in that area. So you're continuing past, and you're aimed to get into the river side of the actual lower dock here. passing by another notable structure. This is the Cedric Bay Company structure. It's actually a beautiful 3-story structure. There's a lit, there's cheering, there's kind of drinking happening. It's a company house here. There's people that live in there. There's just a lot of activity happening there. There's also a lot of activity happening outside of the establishment. Many different card games, drinking, horses moving by, people kind of sparring and fighting with each other, laughing and giggling. And eventually you come to a section of the dock. And as you come here, many of these different towers are labeled. And in addition, the actual plaques and signage posted about staircases before they reach down into the docks are labeled. And that's similar fashion as you've been traversing across the wharf of the dock. You've noticed that. And so, Brox, you've almost been keeping track. It seems like the only one who remembered that information. And eventually you reach this pot. You see the signage. You see what you're getting close, right? You're very, very close to this. And this is where we're going to activate the scene. But picking up on the riverside as well as the docks previously, is their witness kind of smashing against. You have notable structures here, and eventually you're kind of coming to. You can see a ship, Madame Laurel is just kind of making way on the dock, and continues towards the ship on this designation. Signage posted as you kind of come through, passing through a kind of multiple crowd of people gambling and laughing and cheering. You see as Madame Laurel comes to a dock that lies off the actual wharf side, directly on the river. It's tethered and tied to the middle of these wooden pylons that extend outwards and anchored into this ship. I'm going to give a description of what it looks like. Is a 160-foot brigantine that extends about 40 to 50 feet above the waterline. The ship has 7 masts, each with their own size, height, and rigging. Bronze-like metal cannons with polished metal rings set on top. Deck lashed by rope to circular ports cut out of the solid 5-foot wooden railing. These cannons sit above, it seems, from the just standing at this position. The ship is actually kind of above you, right, and the planks are going up. You can't really see, but there's something about those cannons that really stand out. You've never seen cannons like that. You've never known cannons like that. And so then Laurel is kind of passing through. You see a couple deckhands here just kind of muttering to themselves, looking at the ship and kind of sign off a little bit. The torchlight, the lantern light is pretty abundant. Crew is almost mocking and laughing, cheering, drinking, and laughing at each other. So Laurel immediately kind of come upon the crew as immediately come onto the ship using the blank bridge that goes up, and it's a massive incline, and you have to kind of come up and over the railing and land down to the ship. Seeing as these individuals are kind of looking in the direction of you and noting and turning heads. These individuals themselves, as far as their colorations, very much black and gold. Many of them have cloaks and hoods of gold that come across. They have a notable sign, which is referred to as the golden hand symbol, right? It is literally a hand that's slightly outstretched in gold. And they have that kind of emblem on the cloak or the armor or the shoulder pad. And it's something that they don't necessarily wear all the time. And so it's kind of that they're on the ship that they might be wearing it. And so they're kind of looking and immediately snapping eyes towards you and questioning and wondering and almost grabbing their rapiers or their scimitars and their daggers, and they're kind of coming to the sides and just staring at you as they look. There are a variety of races. There's no one race that seems. They're all just diverse. There's so much diversity here. There's also other figures here that are wearing not armor. They don't wear any light armor or medium armor of any kind. They seem to also have small kind of quarterstaffs to them, not necessarily anything that would be used to kind of swing at. They're more just kind of things that they hold, and they're crooked with this almost black and ashen bark. They also have kind of these robes that are red, black, and gold. So the red on the shoulder pads, gold kind of etches that, and then gold carries down the front end. And then the black is the robe it kind of carries through and then kind of toggles and lashes towards the side. They are drinking and having fun. They also have these headpieces or shawls that come across themselves as well. and they seem to be almost foreign in a way. The way that they are dressed in appearance and look, it's not something that any of you have seen before in their appearance. So coming to onto the top deck, Madame Laurel just immediately kind of looks and spits towards the ground. What the fuck are you looking at? Just kind of turning the heads and kind of tilting away. Got to demand authority around here. Kind of steps downwards off the staircase, going downwards towards the center of the deck. And this is where I'm going to continue with the description of this of the ship here. Now that you're on top. So these cannons sit above etched runes. The wooden railing lowers to about 3.5 feet towards the bow and stern sections as stairs ascend. It seems the top deck is covered with a layer of metal, and some of it is overlaid with wooden planks. Grooves in the metal help bite into metal studs or cleats of those on board to prevent sliding. Raised 4 foot and plated in brass metal is the observation deck, which contains the ship's wooden and metal reinforced wheel and shelving filled with navigation tools like compass and scope. Nearby the cannons are wooden crates, some of them open, revealing crystal vials of white liquid. Wooden barrels about 4 to 5 feet in height contain solid balls of metal. A wooden crane is on the southern side of the ship and is anchored into the metal on a rotating dial. Underneath the observation deck is a double wooden and metal door with 2 pocket metal etched windows. A bell sits next to the right and can be used to warn the ship's crew. 2 more bells, one by the wheel and another by the front mast, can be used as well. 2 metal winches anchored into the side of the solid wooden railing run thick braided ropes through circular holes to the large rusted metal anchors. The ship showcases a large skull of a dragon and many shaved rib bones as a figurehead underneath its bowsprit. It appears to be bolted to the wooden bowsprit with the addition of 2 draconic talons coming up from the hole into the draconic skull, then penetrating through and crossing over. A metal staircase descends to the lower deck on the east side of the sunken section of the ship. Currently at port, the large sails are white and 2 red crosses, and the 2 flags upon the stern's railing match. This signifies the non-allegiance of the ship, and the red crosses indicate a merchant vessel. Lysandra, you would know, as well as other individuals that might be accompanied to the Golden Hand, that the sails are changed quickly to black with a single gold hand. The hand is palm facing with fingers uncurled and close together. The thumb is tucked over the palm. The 2 smaller flags towards the stern are changed in a similar fashion. So right now they're not, they're kind of incognito with their sails. They're kind of mimicking a merchant vessel with their sails. In addition, as you kind of come on board, the many of the figures, right, they're looking, and mainly the mages are kind of looking here as they're kind of holding the corsettes off, and then they kind of brace themselves with the light spell, and they're kind of holding off the staffs in the direction of you all as you come down. And they kind of let out a breath and let go of the light spell and continue to talk to themselves as they're kind of going about their own business. Madame Laurel immediately makes way for here, which is these upland doors, and that's underneath the helm, and that is towards the captain's quarters. Excited yet? There's cannons.
I'm always excited about cannons.
I'll just take one.
Good idea.
Pretty heavy.
So as the double doors open up, you see Madame Laurel immediately stride in, shutting the doors at the back side. You come into the captain's quarters. Unique hide and leather rugs from exotic animals coat the beautiful ashen wooden floor. Thick wooden walls separate the space into fourths. 2 doors on the north side, one leading into a bathroom and another into the captain's bedchambers. 1 door on the south side leads into the captain's study. The main chamber in the captain's quarters for private dining and is met upon tree. So as you can see, there are a couple of the robed figures that were outside. As you kind of come in, they're on either side of you. So as you open the door, they kind of look in directions. You come and see Madame Laurel. Immediately kind of shakes the head and tells them to get out. And both of them walk out and they shut the doors and they're on the other side. You can see their heads from the pocket windows of the double door that's at your backside. A large rectangular wooden table has been polished and stained with dark ash. Plush, black, embroidered with gold lace cotton wooden chairs sit about the table above animal hide. Silver cutlery and plates reside on the table with additional polished metal and wood trays and plates. Above, a gold and crystal chandelier provides mood lighting with a great many candles. In the corners are small tables with drawers. On top are candles, pictures, or books. A few tall cupboards sit above wine racks or tapped rum barrels about the walls. Behind the table are fluffed black cotton curtains with gold lace. When opened, large metal-etched glazed windows cover the entirety of the wall, giving natural light throughout the space. The figures that are for you, the first one, which is at the head of the table, is where Madame Laurel immediately kind of walks to you and doesn't sit down but leans over the table, pushing the breast towards, is a large and sturdy human male with a curved metal leg on the left side. Large brown beard going down to the chest. An admiral's hat sits about the head with 2 blue and green feathers protruding from it. A bird sits on the shoulder with plumage of a similar color. Has a white collared shirt with a black tunic. An unbuttoned captain's jacket that is dark navy blue and is cuffed at each arm in interlaced gold ribbon. He wears a black and gold thick belt with black and gold bandoliers underneath the captain's jacket and over a piece of black leather armor with bronze-like metal studs and reinforcements. He has 2 weapons, a bronze-like metal rapier sheathed into a fine black leather scabbard on the left side, and 8 daggers of similar metal in the bandoliers. Loose-fitting dark brown pants tuck into the large black leather metal-studded boots that go up to the knees. He has several beautiful and unique rings upon the fingers, as well as a rusted metal chain amulet with a slight tankered symbol pendant made from polished silver. The other figure that has not spoken at all, and is just staring, it seems, if they could stare, as they watch Madame Laurel and just tilting the head, is a polished metal and living humanoid construct. Wears a loose tan and ripped cloth robe tied together with ashen rope nearby the waist. The face is a solid piece of metal, with no eyes, mouth, or ears. The only inclination they are humanoid is because they are bipedal, in a humanoid frame, and possesses somewhat of a head. Metal panels about the frame help hide what seems to be, from the sound, interior gears and mechanisms that breathe with fluidity and shape, the feet showcasing some of this work. On the metal paneling of the creature are runes from an unknown language, a language that none of you, including Aika, can speak. Begin to kiss and make out. I'm going to sit down, grabbing seems like a silver golden kind of tankard goblet from there, begins to look towards it and moves over, fills, sits down, begins to drink, sits down. Will be these things here. Hey, fine folk. They needed a good word, so I brought him. That one fucked my finest. Kezi. I've had to go with her once or twice. She's alright. The finest. Not as you, my beautiful. No. Begin to kiss. Sit. Nameless. Go get drink. Stands up and turns and looks. Begins to grab bottles of rum. Pours them in the gold and silver tankards at the table. Begins to count the chairs. Sees how many you are. It's enough, yeah. Shifts over to the chair next to Captain. Looks like they're looking to run the blockade.
Audrey is paused.
Unpaused.
No, we're doing this out of intimidation.
Just standing, staring at them.
You need to snap to a tile. You can hold down Shift, and it'll unsnap you from the grid. You can move without.
I like to
using the grid.
imagine I just like go into the table, like phase into it a
Doesn't
little
doesn't. You always need to provide your tokens over there to say you see the table.
bit. For the stream, I guess I'll move it a little. There.
So proper. You be fixing to run the blockade.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I know this one. Stares over at Lysandra.
Yes, Captain.
Oh no. Oh no, help!
Oh my gosh.
I forgot how to work.
What is happening?
Help!
So backstory wise, I'm just gonna give a little bit of a kind of a right. Alessandra, obviously, Kate, you know this individual from your backstory. This is somebody that you have experience with, and definitely not someone to be trifled with. This individual, and also very interesting. So get to that, and then obviously we come to Marina and Tenzin. So going into your backstory, because it's been a while. So coming to the actual continent, okay? So from your backstory, right, would you come across the Golden Hand working with the Rudikar, or previously you would? So the Golden Hand, as far as your experience, you haven't heard particularly of a Captain Morgan or this ship, but the Golden Hand, in relation to what you would know from your backstory, is that they are pirates. That is across the globe. That they're an organization that does not have a particular place that they associate themselves. It's a bond calling. And it's an oath that they take.
Okay, so there'd be Golden Hand even where we're from.
Correct.
Okay.
This is a global on the planet of Antares, the Golden Hand. If you are pirated, it's most likely the Golden Hand. And if you're not pirated by the Golden Hand, then that pirate most likely is getting sunk by the Golden Hand for pirating. That's basically it. And they have a command of a variety of fleet, variety of ships. Most of the time they're incognito. They don't, right? They have different sails, different things, but you know that would be a Golden Hand ship. And even government, like actual like guard and soldiers, if they dock somewhere, they don't mess with them. They're more trouble than it's more trouble to deal with them than it's worth of success of getting them off the seas.
Right.
And just seeing the armament of the ship and the weaponry of the individuals, and now coming towards this captain, it's starting to make sense.
Yeah.
See, you've never seen cannons like that. I thought I recognized you. What makes you away all the way here? Why
Well,
would you come and then want to leave again?
I found who I was looking for. Points to.
Ah, yes, you did. Seems that fate
is
be
how-
have it that you be brought together again.
Which is wonderful. But it turns out that she likes to do some good things in the world. So she looks to Faye like, You want to explain?
Oh, yes, hi, nice to meet you, Captain Morgan. Oh, let's see. I was told to tell you that, Yadir Ferocious sent us too.
Yeah, dear. One of my finest crew. There wasn't anything the halfling couldn't do. I asked him to swallow a dagger. He did it.
What?
Sounds about
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, dear was
That's
brought
on par.
by cunning. He's a slave. Yeah, it's free. Owed me a great debt. Taught Yadi everything I knew. Everything I knew. So,
He's doing well for himself, but, yes, I suppose we're looking for a way, out of port.
oh yes, that's why you would want to run the blockade. That would be why.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to go?
There's this island called Felgum. It's off to the west.
You'd be fixing to go there.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Falcon. It's not safe. It's not safe.
Did your bird just talk? Why does everyone but me have a cool bird?
Talking birds.
Because you suck. Because you suck.
Sassy little.
So rude. Youth.
Bird.
You haven't answered my question. Why do you fix the wood to Felkin? Eye of the Blessed is a place that messes with time. Also, is a good
Do you
place
get a
to smuggle
bird?
rum. Get the bird? No. Sandra.
Research purposes.
Are your
mostly.
friends stupid?
They are.
Arguably.
Very stupid. Yes.
Yeah,
You're-
sometimes.
And
They are
apparently
smart
Grand
birds.
Champion too.
Yes, that's him.
lethal
Those
and
two can go
stupid.
hand in hand.
So you are all the fixing to be. Dearest. Kisses the hand up to the wrist, to the arm, to the face. You have to run the bride, I know. Thank you for bringing them to me. I'll see you. Moon shines bright. The wind howls. I will be like a wolf upon you.
Marina makes eye contact with Tenzin.
Sees Madame Laurel, moves up. Braces. Kisses on the lips. Lots of tongue. So it tickles the beard. See you later. Steps past and walks out. I hate to see her go. Ugh. But I like to watch her leave.
Of course.
Comes down to coin. And to your services rendered for work. Sandra. In your time, we did not have cannons. They are Temerian cannons. They are arcane. I do not expect you to know how they work, but I will expect you to learn. Yes?
Of course.
We're quick learners.
That is good.
And hard workers.
The reason why I make this request on my ship is not just do I know how you... I imagine, Lysandra, you teach him quite quick on how to Work these sails. Work my ship. Get it in, Dubship. You are part of this crew when we voyage to the Isle of the Blessed towards Philly. If I tell you to make port, you make port. If I tell you to go starboard, you go starboard. If I tell you to grab the mainsail, you will know what the fuck you're doing. The Sandra will teach you. Nameless will watch. And if you mess up, don't want to mess up. First
Aye, aye,
command,
Captain.
Rosetta Oriana, has doubled the postings of ships in the fleet. My arcanists will work in attempting to conceal and hide this ship. Blockade running has become ever so dangerous. If we are set upon by a Taltharian ship, we will fire back. You must be accepting of this. Are you okay with killing Taltharian Guru?
Yeah, danger's not really new to us.
If we're chased by ships, I have a different way of helping us out there. One that's maybe a little less violent.
Well, the
But
violence is
we
still
can
fun.
kill if you need us to.
Are you telling me you do not have a stomach for spilling blood?
Well, you could be more efficient. Think of all the ammo you could save.
It's a joke.
Brox, I really want to fire a cannon.
I think it's magic.
Brox, please don't ruin this for me.
You do not have a stomach for firing and killing Taltharian dogs. Then I'll put you down work below deck. You can scrub the bathrooms.
There you go. Fair for everybody.
But if I see you on top deck when we are in combat, you do not find your steel, I will personally throw you overboard. Are we clear?
I have my steel, if it comes down to it.
She most
The
certainly does.
Taltharian Navy does not stop and care. They are armed with ballista. They are also contain Justicar, elite paladins. They will attempt to fire upon us, slow us down with tethers and rope. That's why these ballista are made with harpoons. The ships are equipped with battering rams. They will attempt to smash into us. So, do not care. They will always make way. The zone of truth is powerful. They will bend your will, and they will find out what we're going and what we are doing. So, we will outrange them. The moment they detect our presence, we will fire, and we will disable their ships and cripple them.
You see, I could also help out with the ship's speed for a couple hours a day. Can adjust the winds.
So can my arcanists. The ship is heavy. It's reinforced with metal Beskar. It can sustain a great many blows, but the boarding paladins, Justicars, it'll be a tough fight. And if you really can't spill blood, well, you're fucked.
We've all done plenty of blood spilling.
And they're not that tough.
Now we come down to the matter of coin. As I know you're a grand champion, and yes, you have placed many bets in the House Fortune in favor. I know you have lots of coin. And for a journey as difficult and treacherous as this, I will be looking for lots of it in return. As my crew needs to be paid. It's not like you will give yourselves into serfdom for a great period. Nope.
How much coin are we talking here?
We're looking to fix at least 1,000 for each of you.
That can be arranged.
Do not scoff. Hell it you will do. I'd be able to. 1,000 coins gets you many places in this world.
Sure.
6 months ago, I was broke, so 1,000 coins, enough for me.
Stands up from the table.
No, babe, we have to pay them 1,000 gold.
Amos,
Yeah, I know.
get the crew
We're
ready to
paying them.
depart. We set sail tonight. Construct stand up, walk out.
Wait, we set sail tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Aye. In the shroud
Am I
of
right,
darkness,
Beer?
in the cover of rain and the wind. Piss your fucking.
Can always come back.
I'll be back.
Damn it.
Just have to remember to pick it up next time we're here.
I'm not gonna remember.
Look, we gotta come back for other
Yeah.
reasons. So I mean, we'll just come back like in, I don't know,
Rox, you have to,
a week or so.
you know, the thing.
I do,
Uh,
but I
don't-
think we'll come back.
Oh,
Don't let me
absolutely come back.
forget mine, please.
I gotcha.
Please. Listen, guys, I have the attention span of like a goldfish.
Uh-oh.
Is there a fight happening?
Well, that's
Yelling orders
something
and
else.
instructions. Begin to get the ship prepared and set sail. Begin to yell at each other loud. There's also a monsoons with is the captain continues to drink. We'll be on our way momentarily. Drink. It'll be a long journey.
All right.
It'll be good to be back
Time
on
to
the
be
water.
pirates for a little bit.
It's pretty good fun.
I'm sure it is.
I think I'd be a good pirate.
To the golden hand. Tired.
Arr.
Golden hand.
And last time we were on a boat for rocks, it sunk by Kraken.
I know, right?
Isn't that crazy?
Hopefully we don't
Yeah.
get that again.
No
What?
ship of mine will be sunk by a kraken. Ah,
Really bad timing is you
That's
get rid of your eye patch, Tenzin.
Kind of is.
You're more than welcome to sleep below deck with the crew. So, or perhaps one of you, Smiles, would like to join me in my chambers. See you.
Oh, I'm good. See ya.
Typical.
We're gonna get ourselves acquainted with the crew. Learn the ropes, so to speak.
Thanks, Captain. I'm following her.
Hi, Elisandra.
Yes?
Back. Dark.
Sorry, what was that?
Welcome back.
Thank you.
That
It
we're
was
gonna
fun
go
the
ahead
first time around.
and conclude the session.
We did
Be
it.
aboard the
Maria's
Black
quest to get a
Rat.
bird continues.
The bird quest.
All
The
right.
bird quest. That's the
bird
main
quest.
quest here. I need a bird.
Y'all like my parrot voice?
Yeah.
So
I knew exactly what it was as soon as you started talking. It's a good bird voice.
the bird's name is Marvok, by the way.
His name is what?
Marvok.
Marvok.
Yeah, the parrot.
We're like my
parrot.
Marvok's the bird.
A fancy bitch.
Do you really want that bird though?
I want a bird. I don't know. I guess that bird would probably insult me a lot and then it would hurt my feelings.
You want something more like a Linus.
Yeah,
You want something like a Linus? Please, I want
like a
Linus back.
Linus, but a little bit less of a bitch.
Oh wow.
I want Linus. I need Linus back, please.
You know what? If Ica leaves, we'll have to figure out a way to transfer Linus. We have
Linus
to
will
keep
become
Linus.
the fucking group pet.
All right, I'm gonna go and calculate some experience now.
Woo.
So we get sailing off of the seven seas.
Yoo-hoo.
Good maiden. So I calculate out to be 930 experience each, put you at 77,300 experience total. Play.
Nice.
Mainly a shopping session today.
Yeah.
You all made your way
We
through.
needed
My
a low
favorite kind of
key.
sessions.
We needed to chill.
God damn, I don't have a
After almost
rapier
getting
now, but
destroyed.
I'm glad I got that dagger because I would have been a little bit fucked without my rapier.
Dagger's gonna slap, man.
I do thank you for bearing with me with all the description there towards the end. So there's a lot of information, but
We love to hear your voice, Michael.
Oh.
Don't worry.
there's a lot of detail to it, so I want to make sure that you all got an idea there.
I have a question, Michael. That woman had a name that was very familiar to me.
Which one? I don't recall.
Was she based off of someone?
With that, we're gonna go and end the stream. If you're watching, thanks so much. We'll see you again, Dragon Slayers. Ah, bye.